Two paths before me, both closed like a cage. Mind split open, trapped in separate rage. No clear answer, just smoke and glaze. What's real, what's fake inside this dance? Swallowed contradictions dressed as truth. Lost in the paradox of twisted roots. Sun circles round but stands still. Reality bends, breaking my will. False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices, where to begin? Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? Doubt crashing on belief. Answers hidden, buried so deep. Light sneaks through cracks in the dark. Ignite the flame with a single spark. Proof in reality whispers soft. Clinging tight before it's lost. Eyes wide open, heart beats fast. Will this struggle ever pass? False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices, where to begin? Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? False dichotomy keeps pulling me in. Two bad choices, where to begin? Faith rises in shadows cast. Caught in the tide, will it last? Whoa, whoa, will it last?
And we are live. That's a Bev AI tune. False dichotomy. Hopefully Buster might want to do it. As always, welcome everyone. We're trying to do a new streaming thing, so people in Discord are able to now talk and not converse out onto the into the live. So if you do want to come in and join us into the conversation but aren't keen on your voice being broadcast onto the live, well, this is the place. Come in and let us know that, you know, people in here they can be chatting away in the Discord now, and guys would never know. So please come on into the Discord. That's where the conversations are. That's where where we progress in this ridiculous arena. We've just been watching Jared. I don't know if anybody's aware of that. Discord's a great place for sharing these sort of information, and you know, we have we normally watch Nathan Oakley, watch a bit of Flatside, although some people, you know, can not tune in on the Discord to that if that's not your thing. But we do go over those sort of things. We've just been over a Jerem video. Interesting. The flip that Jeren's had. Fascinating. But tonight, this morning, it didn't come up, did it? It's not worked again. Nightbot doesn't seem to have activated just yet. I might have to get a different one. Maybe a Discord thing into it. Right. So I've been talking to some people about. I'm fascinating myself after Jaren. Obviously saw the sun circles. I've got a song about that. That I made a bit ago, right? For the false dichotomy, but specifically for the final experiment. So, you know, we can go over that sort of stuff in a bit, if we want. But I mainly went out to find out what the flat earthers are doing to try to not allow themselves to think of the problems that obviously turned Jaren. So I went over to Earth Awakenings this morning, it was, to talk to the people over there. They've got a new argument, a theodolite argument measuring angles. So I wanted to go and try and find it out. I don't know whether you guys have heard about it. Most of the people in the chat don't think they're really up to date on it, because it's new. It's a new argument, and I wanted to help myself to try and understand what it was all about. So I went for a conversation, and right. So let's get this queued up. Do you guys need to hear it? Can you? Oh, I need to swap windows over here, don't I? Change windows. Right, so you guys in Discord should be able to hear that from now on, right? You guys out in the YouTube, let us know whether you can hear this or not. The flat earthers, right? Or is it the globe earthers, the dogmatic guys? Like, who says it the most?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of don't pay attention, to be honest.
What do you think about the idea that you guys have been doing angle measurements?
You know, here I guess I'm not too sure what it proves.
Right, so here's the thing. Last night, I don't know whether you guys were around last night. There's a guy called Rob Keane. Everybody knows Rob Keane. He came in here and told us about a presentation that was going on in Earth Awakenings, which is another Discord server. And they were doing this presentation about the angle. And I said to Rob, I said, it's a trick. And surely they're wise enough to see what it was. So I thought I'd go over there and have a conversation with them about this sort of thing. And this is the conversation. The person I'm talking to at the minute is Riggs. Now, there's a few stories about Riggs, and particularly Riggs and Geo, the way these characters have interacted. Now, you'll hear about this. I'm asking this Riggs character about the presentation that was last night. I don't know whether people are aware of this sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I was aware of Geo and Riggs when I was at 24/7. I only became aware of Geo and Riggs after. you know, after Geo set up Earth Awakenings, and we tried to have that conversation with him right at the beginning, and Riggs seemed to be his a go-between, his spokesperson. That's where I became aware of the connection between Geo and Riggs being so close. So the setup for this morning was, I went over there. There was no sound or anything. So I sat in the room. I watched a thing about Will Duffy and his 3 proofs of curvature or whatever. I watched that video, and then I noticed that a few people had come in, and I thought I'd try and spark up the conversation to see what could happen. And this is it. Riggs is talking about the theodolite, the new flat Earth thing. I think this is. So,
it proves, number one, that their refraction expectation is not. It could possibly not be what they claim it to be.
what
If the angle is continued
is
from
this?
the ground,
The one where they measure the mountain? Is it Pikes Peak?
yeah, like the theodolite. No, not peak to peak,
Pikes
but
Peak.
it's like the. Oh yeah, so I think so. Yeah, it's the star theodolite or something like that.
Somebody's
Celestial
measured an
theodolite.
angle with a theodolite that they've bought off eBay, or cheap.
Well, it kind of doesn't matter.
It does, really.
I mean, as long as it's.
You can guarantee it's not been calibrated.
I mean, not for the.
Right?
You'd have to understand the claim. You'd have to understand the claim. It kind of doesn't matter.
An angle.
Yeah. So the point is, like, you get a.
You have to understand the claim. What is the claim? For step one, right? I'm trying to understand what's going on. They've got a new argument. They've just done a presentation on it. People should be up to speed. I want to know what the claim is about it. I've got a basic idea of people measuring an angle.
You can get a pretty rough angle. Fine, doesn't matter really. What matters is the time. So the time at which the stars are occluded. Yes, the measurement's not necessarily the angle, so to speak. It's the time that the angle created.
Right, so you're with us so far. It's not necessarily the angle. I mean, it's more about the time that the angle's measured. Is it becoming clearer? It's the new flat Earth thing. Yeah. Right. So yeah. Go on. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is as much as we can get at the minute. I wasn't aware of how time could be relevant to an angle measurement. Yeah, but Briggs is the guy. He's been around a lot. He knows much about this sort of stuff. Here we go.
So
Riggs, other than being around this arena for quite a long time, I mean, as much skills as anyone, really. I suppose. I was just curious as to what the argument is. So
the stars occluded.
Whenever you do any like celestial stuff, isn't there like a minimum angle that you can use? Because like anything below a certain angle is untrustworthy, right? For anything to do with the lights in the sky.
Above 15 degrees.
15. What's the angle that these guys
It's above
measured?
15 degrees.
Yeah, but what's the angle that was measured by the uncalibrated?
I don't know. I'm just trying to give you the concept. Yeah. I'm just trying to give you the concept of what the breakdown is.
Yeah,
so
well, I just need to get an understanding of what is actually going on with this. There's an angle measured to a mountain, and it's that angle, but you're relating it to a light in the sky at a certain time.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that becoming any clearer? You think I put the summary up there? There's an angle measured by a shitty theodolite to a mountain, and then they time the disappearance of a light in the sky behind the mountain. There we go.
So the time the star is occluded is the relevant portion, right?
Is that
so?
Is that
You
above
carry
15
that
degrees?
same angle. Yeah, it should. I
The
imagine it
angle's
should be above 15 degrees.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it would have to be. Otherwise, it's.
Didn't I see like 2 degrees 19 seconds? Oh, 19 minutes, sorry. So here, Riggs has already told me, he told me that 15 degrees is what's needed for you to make accurate measurements for the lights in the sky to do with celestial. But I don't think this angle to the mountain is greater than 15 degrees. I think it's a lot less. And yeah, I think he says it changes. Yeah. I don't know whether I can answer it. Yeah, go on. Yes. For us, yes. There was about 8 people, I think. And Geo. Yeah. Well, Manufactotum wasn't there, and Riggs wasn't there, and Buster wasn't there. They came in, I think so, yes. Or they might have just, they might just choose to have a clocking on time. But nobody was talking. There was no conversation going on. It was just dead air. So, yeah, Riggs is the expert, obviously. So
Yeah, I didn't hear you, but
2 degrees,
yeah, that's
19
the concept. And then
minutes. Is that the angle that I've seen?
2 degrees? No, I don't think that's correct. 2 degrees.
Because that would put it within that 15 degree band, wouldn't it, where it's unreliable?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. If it's 2 degrees, that's strange. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
But that's the,
But
have you checked it? Did you? Was there a presentation?
No, I haven't.
No, there wasn't a presentation.
That's
See, I think what's going on here is that yes, there was a presentation, and yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen 2 degrees, 19 minutes marked from an uncalibrated. Yeah, and well, he does know about the 15 degrees. He knows about that, but he doesn't know about the angle that's measured, and it becomes unimportant now. The angle seems to be irrelevant for a moment. Prezi.
It's hard to talk to you, bro. It's really hard to discuss with you.
You don't seem to know much. I mean, I've just heard that somebody measured an angle to a mountain, and if that angle was 15 degrees, then where were they? Pretty close to the mountain, right?
Well, tell me what else you know about it. Yeah, just go ahead and tell me everything you know about this.
I only know about the actual surveying profession, right? That's what I know about.
Gotcha. So you don't know anything about this at all?
Well, I do know that a claim of an angle of 2 degrees. Go on. Well, like I say, Riggs led the. He was the spokesperson for Geo, so maybe Geo feels a bit intimidated, and he needs, to put Riggs forward in order to be able to converse. Because obviously they have problems with how we communicate. Well, strange you say that. I think that was a signal to Geo. I think that's one of their little code words that they have when they communicate with each other. Yeah, I mean, I'm only trying to work out what's going on. It seems like he doesn't really know. He's 19 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. Right, I'll play it.
Great. So if you want me to finish telling you what it's about,
then.
I can do that. Or you can
But
continue
you
to
don't
interrupt
really
me,
know about it,
and I
do
can
you?
just
You're just
disengage.
gonna.
Well,
Do you know about it?
You know
or
what?
Don't you know about it?
I don't have to talk to you then. Right?
I don't know.
I was going to tell you things about what I did know about it.
But you don't know the
If
size
you're
of the
going to let me.
angle.
No. It's probably it's easy to look up. It'd probably take a few seconds. But no,
Can you not
offhand,
do
I
that?
don't know
Can
the
you not
exact
look it
angle.
up?
Well, when I'm finished, maybe I will if you're nice. Thanks. So you carry that angle, and then in stellarium, you go to the top of the mountain, and you carry that angle in stellarium, and if you turn refraction off from the top of the mountain, the angle carries directly to the star. So if you're using the exact position, for some reason, the angle is carried, as if you were from the ground looking at the star, it's at the same angle even at the top of the mountain. So they're basically removing this refraction claim from their position.
Right, and now here's, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, they've bought a crappy theodolite for 35 quid off eBay, right? It's obviously not going to be calibrated, so you can't trust the angle at all. And plus the fact that you're using such a small angle that your trigonometry and anything won't particularly work. But then also, you're measuring such a small angle that the light in the sky probably isn't going to be accurate where it is either. So that means that the timing of whatever you're doing is off, which means that both the angle and the timing's off. But if that is what you're dealing with to prove something when you switch something else off in a Solarium program, I mean, it doesn't seem like much of a thing, right? I'm struggling to wonder what exactly is this whole thing, and what I'm more wondering, who sold them this? Like, how somebody bought this? and put themselves on top of the mountain. But they're using the same angle, and the angle carries through, he says. Yeah. Yeah, with a crappy theodolite. And I mean, it is a crappy theodolite. If you bought a theodolite off eBay for 35 quid, I mean, that's not good, even for parts. Yeah. Yeah. Me. Which sound? From us or the Discord? Oh, I see. Yeah, wait a minute. Go on.
Oh, there we go. Then it was like a weird silence bit, and then it came back. That's strange. I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
You don't know where it went up to, where it kind of cut out?
Yeah.
Not really. It did a weird thing. I'm not sure.
Sound is okay. You can see on Discord overlay when voice is active. Yeah, hopefully. Should be okay.
Yeah, so it seems there's kind of, a bit of... it's not... they're not all together on this. These guys who are involved in that, say Amish was talking about, they ran it past him a couple of months back. He'd looked at all the stuff. He'd run through with them all of his issues with it, the angle being one of them, and said it was just rubbish. And they'd kind of said, well, we don't care. It was very important to have this Bennett on board for their side of the argument. I
think he's got quite a lot of likes or views or whatever on Quora. Maybe
I guess they feel it gives them a bit of clout or relevance or authority. Got a PhD guy on our side. Maybe that's the score. So, but
okay, right, play it more. Let us know if you can hear this and the sound's still working.
Because if the angle's the same in both locations, then this idea that they have to invoke refraction when they've already found an angle that agrees with its true position.
See, can you hear that out there on the YouTube? Right, all the sounds working.
Got to do that. Give us a 1 for yes and a 2 for no. It'll do it.
Can you hear Elderbear and Riggs? Yeah, good. Right. So
great.
I don't get what he's trying to do. He's saying that the angles comport, but they've just measured an angle that he says isn't really important.
Well, is he trying to say that they measure the angle at the ground where refraction's at its highest, if you like, and then they go to the mountain, turn off the whatever refraction or curvature switch or something, and find the same angle. Which kind of is that what they're trying to correlate, that the refraction isn't an issue? Is that what the story is?
I don't know. It's the guy that's measured
To get the same angle.
Took a time and then done the rest in Stellarium.
That's the claim. Now, I have questions about it, but, you know, like you said, the 15 degrees is an interesting question. I didn't look for that, but I do know that under 15 degrees, there is a portion of refraction in the sky.
But you're switching the refraction off anyway, aren't you?
Well, only at the top of the mountain and only in Stellarium.
But you're measuring an angle with an uncalibrated theodolite that you've bought cheap off eBay or something. And it's like a vertical angle, isn't it? To like in the distance, and you know, surveyors don't really do that.
Yeah.
If the celestial guys don't really do that with an angle under 15 degrees either, then I mean that's not going to be much use at all, is it? Really? So I have to point the fact out here, right? Surveyors do not measure vertical angles of like 2 degrees over vast distances, 17. I don't know how many miles away it is. Surveyors don't do it. And like Riggs has just said, for celestial navigation, you don't use a light in the sky for under 15 degrees. So they don't do it either. So what we've got a case of here is a load of, let's say, flat earthers doing something that nobody does. These guys are making this up. So they better be the ones with the explanation about it, because it doesn't make sense to either surveying or celestial navigation. So what is it? That's a question that I'm thinking of right now. And Riggs seems to be one of the guys. He's always around. Geo's there as well, you know. They've done the presentation. They heard it. I haven't actually seen the presentation or anything.
Well, it depends. If something is off by like 20 degrees and it matches the rough angle of your previous measurement, and every time that you actually run this calculation, it's been done over 50 times, that the unrefracted true position angle
over
is
50 times.
The same.
Or is he measured the
every
angle
time
over 50 times?
Well, I'm not sure what it proves.
Angle measurement
but
50
it is
times
what,
or calculation 50 times or both? Do you run the calculation every time you measure the angle?
What they're claiming is that they've been able to, over 50 times, create an angle from the ground. And at the exact moment the star is occluded, they carry that angle to the star's true position from the top of that mountain, and the angle stays the same. So what they've done is they've created an argument that the star's true position can be assessed without invoking refraction.
There you go. They've created an argument of the true position of the light in the sky without refraction. I think that's the claim. I mean,
so if you buy a £35 theodolite,
yeah, anyone can do this. I mean, if you got a mountain or a hill in the distance that the stars disappear into,
then get computer program, do calculation, conclusion, flat Earth.
Yeah, well, I don't know. That's what I say. Still don't know whether it's a proof of flat Earth or a disproof of the globe or a way to position lights in the sky. I'm unsure on what exactly this is at the minute. I can't relate it to anything, so I'm still curious.
Because they've excluded it from the argument. I'm not sure if that's totally true, but that's what they've presented.
I'd like to know the argument at least, I think. Right, and so they've presented angle measurements and then a projection of the angle. But I mean, if the angle's not reliable because the theodolite is a cheap one bought off eBay or whatever, and if the angle's under 15 degrees, then you can't really rely on where the light is either. So that's like two of the variables that are pretty shit, really, aren't they? But I suppose it stops flat earthers from having to look at the 2 points of rotation, doesn't it, for a bit?
Well, it's an interesting claim that's repeatable. So I'm not sure what we can learn from this just
well,
yet.
You could do that,
but I do think it will.
Around near you?
I think it will turn into something that we could use.
I mean, all you've got to do is find a cheap theodolite off eBay for 30 odd quid, and then measure an angle, right? You could do that, couldn't you? Does seem simple, doesn't it?
Like I said, a super precise angle isn't really necessary to support the.
So you don't really need an angle.
You do. Why did they buy the theodolite?
Well,
It's just fluffing the story up to get you stretch it out a bit, make it more interesting.
Quid, right? At least they went to the effort of buying one.
I thought that precision angle was the whole point of it, really.
Well, I mean, yeah, they do carry the angle on, and it does match, but it's not really that important, obviously. Massive
claim.
Tolerance.
Of course, you could get a theodolite. Of course, you could.
Yeah, but nobody actually measures vertical angles over large distances like that, do they? Even in the profession, it's not done. It does seem like a flat Earth dogmatic globe thing, really, to me. But I guess you guys are the ones doing the presentation. You've not even seen it, have you?
Well, do you think it would be hard to establish an angle to the tippy top of a mountain?
Measure an angle. I mean,
with any sort of accuracy.
Measure an angle.
Okay. Do you think that I would need a theodolite and able to establish an angle to the top of a mountain 20 miles away?
Yeah, you could use a protractor, couldn't you? I mean, you just like use your thumb as well. I mean, loads of people used to do that back in the day. That was a thing, if anybody doesn't remember that. There was a guy called Flat Earth Data. We're always a bit suspicious about the people that have Flat Earth at the beginning of the name. You can always tell they're a bit too committed. But he used to have that thing about he could measure angles with his thumb and his fingers and stuff like that. So that was like a little chuckle, because no doubt he remembers that sort of stuff. But if you could measure an angle with your thumb, you don't need to be that accurate, or so Riggs says anyway. So, you could do that sort of stuff. Easy. I was just keen to know that, what the rebuttals to this were. Because you can say that if the guy's bought I know somebody who collects theodolites, and he hasn't got any of those ones calibrated either. Seems to be a norm within these sort of arenas. I mean, why do you need to?
Well, as far as I know, they haven't established any competent rebuttals yet.
To what?
Any
to
formal
somebody measuring
rebuttals.
An angle to the mountain. And the time, right? Of course. Anyone think of any valid rebuttals so far? Because Riggs doesn't think there is any, but I'm pretty sure the angle being inaccurate because it's an uncalibrated theodolite that's been bought cheap off eBay, I'm sure that's a rebuttal. And the fact that the angle seems to be under 15
doesn't
degrees.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah. So,
I mean, not really clear what they're trying to, what they're actually trying to prove or get a claim for. Is it
doesn't
about
seem
refraction?
To think there's any rebuttals coming for it. I mean, I've just given him two of the major fucking components of the thing that he's meant to be doing.
Yeah, nobody does it. Twice.
Strange that nobody else might have not noticed these sort of things, because they have done this presentation, and I don't know whether anybody don't think they'd like us there when they were doing these sort of presentations.
It feels almost like reverence to some kind of sermon or something like that. When people go to the church and you're not that, you don't. It's not the done thing to say, "What was that bloody pastor going on about? That sermon was a load of rubbish." They kind of go and in reverence they listen and what's important. It's given the stage or whatever. It's presentation and don't seem to know what the hell's going on or pay much attention.
Yeah, I think this is just the start though of these sort of things. This is the beginning. If they can get away with measuring angles to mountains and stuff without anybody asking anything, then this'll get set in the thing, and flat earthers will be filled. It's just going to be another black swan, isn't it? Really, nonsense.
Yeah, I guess.
No meaning. Time, the angle measurement.
Well, the time is the most important thing because that's when the star is occluded.
So it's more about the time, because you can measure that angle as many times as you want, can't you? And it'd just be for the mountain.
Yeah,
that's not going to move.
The argument's about the time. Correct.
There's no land tide, is there? You know that? The mountain doesn't rise up and down, does it?
I imagine not, because this man is in Colorado and it is extremely dry. It's a mile elevation.
Riggs is confirming that there possibly no land tide in Colorado. PhD Tony needs to confirm.
Actually, it's probably more than a mile elevation. I think Pikes Peak goes up to like 13 miles.
13 miles.
Or 13
miles.
13,000 feet peak or something like that. Let me look it up. Pikes Peak feet. 14,115 feet.
About 2 degrees, 19.
Yeah, it's almost 3 miles.
Minutes. And uncalibrated.
That was a slick bit of Googling, that was.
You couldn't Google the angle, you noticed, to find out for the presentation that was done.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can. Well, I mean,
that was quick.
Miles. He did say 13 miles at first, and then had to correct.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and then I thought, how tall is Everest? I was thinking.
Yeah. 13 miles. That's impressive. Right? Pikes Peak. I mean.
Yeah.
Off eBay.
Oh, that's probably what it was. The theodolite. The theodolite was the issue. We got 13 miles.
Can we transfer that angle and make it like an angle distance? Has anyone thought of putting a ruler on a picture yet to help out? That's proper technical. That's coming.
Has anyone thought to put a ruler
on a picture with the mountain?
I don't think so.
Should suggest that in the next presentation.
A ruler. Okay.
Yeah, old school. Shout out to the... but the angle measurement to the mountain, that's genius. Has he tried measuring the angle back again? Reciprocating it?
I don't think so.
Just to check.
I think thus far they've only simulated the observer from the mountain peak.
But the angle
They've only
is
simulated
measured
it
guys
in
gardening it, like in his yard.
software.
But so the angle is measured, right? Not from the top of the mountain, is it?
Right. It's just from the ground, and it's a rough estimate, but it's good enough. I mean, it's mostly about the time.
Well, I mean, it is a cheap theodolite angle measurement, an uncalibrated cheap theodolite angle measurement. I mean, why? I mean, you don't even know why were getting rid of it. Why were they selling it so cheap?
Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? So the angle's measured somewhere else, and then you do you transfer that angle to the top of the mountain somehow with the time?
Yeah. So they go into the stellarium and they carry that angle, and it comes back with the same one from the ground, but only if they turn off refraction, celestial
Curvature
refraction.
switch.
Yeah, they just turn the switch off in the software, and for some reason, the angle carries off to the exact same position at the exact same time.
It's great, isn't it?
Well, I don't know that we can actually say that. The issue with the whole, like as Riggs said,
this is Manufactotum, who is a Glober,
It's
a
kind of
dogmatic Glober. He was one of the GF or the Troll Team 6.
GF6, yeah. He's obviously been monitoring in the background for accuracy. Just coming forward to
I don't know whether he's coming
put
with
a few
problem.
things right.
Yeah.
the crux of the issue is the timing. But the timing was established through a visual means, right? It's when it appears to be obstructed by the mountaintop, right?
Right. Do you know what the angle
well,
is?
would it not
Riggs
be
didn't
obstructed?
know what the angle was. Any idea?
I think it was 2 degrees 30 minutes or 2 degrees 18 minutes, depending on
30, that's right.
depending on where you are and what you're
2
looking
degrees.
at. Or
There
2
you go.
degrees.
That's really low.
To that, Riggs, 2 degrees. I was sort of right.
That's really low. See, I think what they would be doing if they did this. I think this is how they would establish a graticule, or there's a,
Right. So we've just established that the 2 degrees is definitely within the 15 degrees of not being able to actively use these within celestial navigation. So I mean that has counted that out, even by Riggs's own thing. What's Gord's got here? Gord's super chat says, turns out you can do something with just an angle. You can pretend that you can. Yeah, you can just move it to the top of a mountain in a computer program. Apparently. Don't even have to be that accurate with the angle.
Yeah, I don't quite understand this carrying the angle. If they measure an angle and they take that same angle to the top of the mountain, turn off refraction and do something in the software, and then they go, yeah, it's the same angle.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of seems like they didn't measure an angle on the mountain. They took the same one up there and said, yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter what it was. It doesn't have to be that
Yeah,
accurate.
it doesn't matter
it's
what,
always going to be the same. Somehow. Yeah, I'm yeah, it's getting worse and worse, and I'm still struggling. What this is about? And he just said graticule. Now, anyone know what a graticule is? I know somebody who used to use it a lot. Rumpus. Not so sure many people are aware of it. It seems to have been followed through from these guys. They're talking about a graticule. one of my favourite subjects, actually. It's perpendicular. It's just two lines that are perpendicular. But in the terms of these tools, the theodolite, you would be talking about the crosshairs within the sights. So you'd be talking about a vertical and horizontal, like graticule. That cross that they're doing. And here we go.
Section. I think this is how they would establish the distortions to create a celestial sphere.
The graticule's just the thing that you see in the scope of the theodolite, that little plus thing, right? That's the graticule. The crosshairs.
As far as I know, it's the curved grid of which everything is.
No, the graticule's the crosshairs that you're looking at. Do you want to hear what he said again? I'm pretty sure he said curved grid. I might have interrupted him.
As far as I know, it's the curved grid of which everything is.
No, the curved grid. Anyone ever heard of those?
The curved grid of which everything is based upon, he said.
Yeah. Any idea what a curved grid is?
You can't have a curved grid. A grid, by definition, has to have perpendiculars.
And like the graticule, are perpendicular, right? That's like the grid.
Yes.
All of the lines of the grid will be perpendicular. That's the way a grid is formed with those what we call graticules. It's a rather different word, but it's got changed into reticule. It's normally within these scoping tools, the sights.
Yeah, I mean, reticular is to do with the eyes, isn't it? So it's,
well,
is that perhaps what they've put it into the eyepiece, the graticule that's in the eyepiece. So maybe,
yeah.
Well, you say it's now the reticule.
Yeah, graticule it's like a strange term, and I only know it because Rumpus used it all the time. Whenever he was referring to the graticule, when he saw things within the graticule, he was talking about the cross in the crosshairs. But seems like Riggs is talking about a curved grid of what everything is based upon. But, Riggs is the guy. He's the guy that's, helping these guys out with the graticule. Here's the crosshairs that you're looking at in the theodolite, which I don't know, measuring that angle.
I mean, is it
say it's
okay,
curved.
so
Sorry, go on.
Is it a cross purpose definition that
Graticule.
is he meaning something to do? Yeah, I mean, it's because it's sort of a thing in cartography, isn't it, as well?
Well, I mean, should we get a? I'd offer everybody else a chance to do this. Graticule or grid from Latin. On a map is a graphical depiction of a coordinate system as a grid of coordinate curves or lines. Each curve / line representing a constant coordinate value is thus a form of isoline. Isoline is a contour line. Function of two variables is a curve along which a function has a constant value.
And it's also the eyepiece graticule is an engraved ruler that is visible when looking through the eyepiece of a microscope or not necessarily just a microscope.
Yeah,
as you would see
the
at an
term
order level.
graticule is almost always used to specifically refer to the parallels and meridians of latitude and longitude. They are perpendicular to each other. Yeah, so I mean, my understanding is they're perpendicular. Now, you can imagine that in all sorts of different ways if you want. Most people can. You can imagine it however you want.
Oh,
That'll be why his theodolite only cost him 35 quid. It's got a curved fucking graticule in it, hasn't it?
well, no, I'm saying, okay.
Can we
You're saying
show
the
us that
graticule's the
picture? Show us the
crosshairs.
picture of that. Was that in the
But
presentation?
what I'm saying,
I found that quite funny. It's got a curved
Yeah, I
graticule
would.
in his theodolite.
It's hard to know whether you're talking on the to him or you're talking to us live. Sometimes I think, yeah, but I would have been laughing at the same time listening to it.
is that
He's
What
talking
I'm
about
saying-
he's talking about a graticule in cartography, not the sites within a theodolite.
well, no,
Oh, see. So here, Geo comes in to say that maybe they're different. These graticules somehow aren't perpendicular. You know, it's not. They don't mean the same thing. Which I would say, because we live in the UK, I've said this quite a lot. We have a grid coordinate system now. That's a graticule. That's a grid. In the true sense, I would say. And that would be cartography. So, in my understanding, there's no difference between the graticule within the crosshairs of the thing and the graticule within the maps of the UK. No difference at all. Exactly the same thing. Geo. But I don't think you don't get a chance to say those sort of things.
oh,
Cartography
it's actually
or
the same
graticule.
thing. Geo, it's actually the same thing because
See?
in the sites, you're assuming that everything you're looking at is curved anyway. So if
Huh? Do you get that? Hear that again,
What's
Riggs.
the point of having them as a perpendicular lines then?
Yeah. I mean,
If
I'm not
everything's
assuming
curved.
that it's all curving because they are perpendicular, horizontal and vertical. But listen to Riggs.
it's actually
Or
the same
graticule.
thing,
The same.
Geo, it's actually the same thing because in the sites, you're assuming that everything you're looking at is curved anyway. So if the sites are
Graticule, you're not.
graticule,
They're
then
like
that
horizontal
crosshair
and
is
vertical,
carrying
they're
over
meant
into a
to be.
three. Brother, you're speaking over.
Yeah, but that
all
that
the time.
graticule in the sights is meant to be horizontal
Brother,
and
let
vertical.
me finish
It's not-
what I'm
Can you
saying,
hear
and then
Riggs?
you can
Can you
disagree.
hear Riggs, Bev?
I
Can you
know.
hear Riggs?
Yes, I can hear him. Yes.
Okay. Could you
Good.
please not? Okay. Could you please not speak when other
Okay.
people are speaking? Can we
Go
go
on.
one at a
Tell us
time so
about
we
the
can hear
curved
everybody?
graticule.
He always does that, Geo.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Just
he
to
did
butt
just
in and
say
cut
that
you-
they
cut
are
you
the
off.
same thing, but you're assuming that everything's curved. But, like, you're not assuming that everything's curved when you're looking through the graticule of the sites. And I'm not assuming that when I'm looking at the cartography and the maps in the UK, I'm not assuming that they're curved either. So that's why I'm selling him. I just don't agree. But Geo, you know, keeping his man safe there. As you would.
Yeah, thank you. So what I'm saying is they've applied this crosshair and called it a graticule because as you're looking at the sky or anything into the distance, that crosshair translates into part of the curved grid line in your visual space.
See, I'm not too sure that you get a curved grid line. That doesn't seem to make sense. But, again, I'm guessing Riggs is a flat earther. And this is a presentation that he doesn't seem to have seen. He's already admitted that the angles are not right and it doesn't really matter about the angle. The time's more important. But now we seem to have strayed it onto curved graticules, which is perpendiculars. And if you can curve a perpendicular, then you are a special sort of person that you may be needed in these sort of rooms.
So it appears as a crosshair on your optics, but in 3D space, it is a curved grid.
What's a curved grid?
So it's the same thing. You just aren't
It's a
realizing that. I
curved
guess.
grid. I thought grids were like straight lines, perpendiculars.
Yeah, I'm not going down that path with you.
Grids.
He's not going to talk about grids.
Not going to go down that
when
path
he's
with
talking
you.
about grids.
Yeah, of a grid that is always a straight line, but saying that it's curved, he's not going to address that with you. Are you sure this guy's a flat earther?
Yeah,
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
do,
I was just waiting to say, Riggs is a flat earther, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't want to go down that line with you.
He's the special breed of 24/7 flat earther, which is
Oh.
slightly different.
Yeah, they've got this kind of. Go on.
No, I was just going to say they have to do everything to keep the flat Earth, globe Earth argument going. So that's all they're interested in, is keeping their little fiefdom going, no matter what it takes.
Yeah, they act a bit sort of elevated, but they're not really any different than 24/7 in many ways. And that kind of crafted response and crafted way of trying to cut you off and shut the conversation down, or give the impression that you're an issue, whoever it might be, whoever might be asking the question, they'll do a thing whereby there's a few of them will jump out, or like Geo just did. Oh, can you hear him? Can you hear him? Of course you could hear him. He just wants to cut it,
questioning
cut
the
the information, cut it down.
I mean, shouldn't that
Audio
be questioned
chaos.
when somebody comes out with something like that? Shouldn't that be questioned?
Yeah, why not?
I would think it should be one of the first things to be questioned.
Yeah,
curved grid.
He usually says he usually kicks me out the room and then leaves this little message: hot mic in. And when I listen back, there's no such thing going on at all. It's just a way of trying to get you to go, get rid of you.
Yeah, I mean, I know what'll happen, because somebody will tell them about this, and Riggs will go and listen to it, and he'll say, "That's not what I said. I didn't mean that curved grid. I was meaning something else." And he'll be able to do the sophistry, because that's what they do in these rooms. But I mean, I would still say curved grids should be questioned.
Can be all sorts. Like if you draw a circle, circles and circles and circles, and then lines going out from there, that's still a grid. It's just a
circles and circles in circles, and then draw lines going out of it. That's still a grid. Like a dartboard. Would anybody call a dartboard a grid? Anyone?
No.
No, I wouldn't either. But, people can justify anything that they want. Particularly when somebody like Riggs says something. And I think as well, the fact that I'm the one questioning it sort of adds more validity to people to defend Riggs and this stupid shit that he said. Because I'm the one that's questioning it. It does tend to happen a lot like that in these rooms. They tend to use certain people questioning them as the focal point of their rebuttals. And you'll see now how many people come to his
grid
defense. Like a curved grid, like Riggs was talking about. The graticule in the crosshairs. Curved. I mean, that's nonsense, isn't it?
Sure. This is a graticule. Look in the chat. This is a graticule. So, depending from the observer, when you're looking at something, that crosshair carries over as from your location, it looks like a line. But from 3D space, it's actually a sphere. Because you're creating...
It looks like a line. So check that again. I'll go back to.
So, depending from the observer, when you're looking at something, that crosshair carries over as from your location, it looks like a line. But from 3D space, it's actually a sphere.
Has anyone ever heard that before? When you look at it through your graticule, you know, horizontal and vertical, they do look like lines in your crosshairs, right? But he seems to think that in like 3D space, it's a sphere. The line becomes a sphere.
Just the crossover there into spherical geometry.
Yeah, completely
something
skips a
without
2D.
Yeah, without any connection. yeah, yes.
1D to 3D.
It's a bit out. Yeah, 1D to 3D. Poof. There you go.
Because you're creating an optical sphere from your observer.
Perpendicular. You're creating an optical sphere from your observer. Anyone translate that? We just let him go with it. It's all right. So Riggs, you know, it's Riggs in Earth Awakenings. You're creating an optical sphere from your observer. Nonsense, right? Everybody's going to admit that has no meaning whatsoever. He might as well just not have bothered saying it. Probably would have had more meaning had he not have said a fucking thing.
Space,
You know?
It's actually a sphere. Because you're creating an optical sphere from your observer.
Perpendiculars, though, aren't they? I mean, like latitude and longitude are perpendicular. North, south, east, west, they're perpendicular. Horizontal, vertical, they're perpendicular. That's what generates your graticule, right?
Download this. Sure, but download this. You asked about what the specifics of the argument were and all the data. Here you go. Here's the file. Have fun. Knock yourself out.
Okay, so it is within 2 degrees then, right?
It appears to be 2 something.
We're not meant to do that, are we? Didn't you say 15 degrees?
Well, it depends what you're trying to do, I suppose.
Trying to relate a light in the sky to an angle measured, are you?
I would say it might be problematic for the timing issue.
Well, since time is one of the variables, I don't know whether the time shifted or whatever. You just measured an angle at a certain time, apparently. But the angle, even the angle changed as well, did it?
It's going to depend on. I mean, that's kind of the point.
No, they're not measuring an angle to the mountain. They're not measuring an angle to the mountain. What they're doing is getting the distance to the mountain, measuring the time in which the star is occluded by the mountain, and then relating that to the angle that stellarium gives when you go to the top of the mountain. And those angles match.
Yeah, but does it match the actual measured angle?
Well, is that 15 degree thing still in play, or does it not matter when you're dealing with mountains and times?
It depends what you're trying to do.
Well, I don't know. What are you trying to do? I don't know.
It just says that 15 degrees or lower, you have more refraction to take into consideration. That's all the 15 degrees.
Does he switch the curvature switch off on the theodolite? You know, it's only 35 quid one.
Well, they didn't do that.
Curvature switch on it?
They didn't take the true position from the observer point. They just did it from the mountaintop.
But has he ever took the theodolite to the mountaintop? No.
Yeah, it's only been verified in software. I agree with you. I think the 15-degree thing is relevant, and actually, I'm not sure exactly what this proves, other than perhaps how they established their model in the first place. So,
I don't think it proves that either, personally.
It proves that somebody can buy a cheap, shitty theodolite and measure an angle, and then generate. I don't know. Like you guys calling it. I don't think any of you think it proves anything, do you? It's a distraction. It's a distraction.
I just said it. Yeah, hold on, Bev. I just said it a moment ago. Hold on. They're not taking an angle to a mountain. I've said it twice now, 3 times. They're not taking an angle to a mountain. Say it multiple times. That's not what they're doing. They're taking the timing of when the star is occluded. They're not shooting theodolites at mountaintops. That's not what they're doing with this. That's what Jesse Gordon and other people do. That's not what they're doing with this particular one.
Okay, so he's using it as like a telescope to see when the light disappears.
More along the lines with that, yeah. It's like using the mountain peak as a crosshairs with the star is closer to alignment with that. So it's like using the mountain as your theodolite between your observer on the ground and the mountain. Using that as
using the mountain as the theodolite.
And why did the guy buy a shitty theodolite? Why did he just get a telescope or a camera? I mean, I don't get.
It's just using the mountain as the theodolite.
Well, if they're not taking an angle, why did you measure? Why did they buy a measuring device if they're not measuring an angle? I mean, could have just got a city telescope.
I don't know. I've been asking the question of myself, right? Like, what does it prove? Like, I still don't know.
There's one thing.
Go on.
Sorry. There is one thing you can be proud of. You have accomplished something that most people can't. You managed to bring the flat guys and globe guys to Alliance. Talking to you.
False dichotomy, yeah, they're all in on it.
You've gotten them to join forces.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on. I don't know whether it's a proof of flat Earth or it's a proof of the globe Earth. I don't know whether they're disproving flat Earth or disproving globe Earth.
It didn't sound like they knew either.
Yeah. So I started off thinking that they measured an angle to the top of the mountain, but apparently not that now. Geo says the angles from the top of the mountain, but they've never been up to the top of the mountain. But they did buy a shitty theodolite. It's so weird. I don't know. There's meant to be an argument somewhere in this. Somewhere.
As your graticule, in a way, in order to have that line up.
And what about the 15-degree thing that relates to celestial? What about that?
Yeah, the timing is going to be affected by refraction. If it's an apparent occlusion by the mountaintop.
We are going now. Oh, shit. Yeah.
It's a good distraction though, guys. I like it.
It's an interesting experiment, but I think it could have been done better.
I came in late. What is the experiment actually?
Can anyone do this for, like if there's a mountain anywhere near them, can they sort of time the appearance and disappearance of, like, depending on where it is?
Yes, and you could do it in both ways. So you can, for example, you could just take a time, like any time you want. Then you could go look at stellarium as to which stars are being occluded by a mountain peak, depending on your distance. And you could just take the time and then go look at what the stars are, and then you could observe the stars going behind. Another way to do it is you could observe the star occluding and then take the time and then go. So you can go both ways. You can start with the time, or you can start with the actual occluding star itself, and then reverse it from that.
Haven't the flat Earth guys been saying that you can't tell the shape of something by looking at the lights in the sky? Are we timing them now? Is that like, is it allowed if you time the lights in the sky as well? Is that the idea of it, or is this like a disproof or a proof?
Well, an isosceles triangle isn't very much of a. You're not going to get an accurate.
An isosceles triangle from a guy called Sunshine. Sounds like an Australian, but yeah, an isosceles triangle. I think I have to go in my life a bit. So
a very acute angle, but also a triangle. To get accurate calculation of a triangle, you need to have 3 pieces of information about that triangle to make any kind of fourth calculation.
Yeah, I don't think they've actually measured it, but they do get a thing off the map, right, for the distance to the mountain, I presume.
Well, that's not necessarily true either. You can have 2 bits of information and figure the third.
No, you can't.
As long as you've got a right angle triangle, right? I mean,
yeah, the right angle is the third piece of information.
They forget about that.
You need 3 pieces of information to be able to calculate a fourth. You can't.
Flat Earthers think you can do it by just measuring an angle, though, right? Whenever they say elevation angle, that's, to them, is the triangle and everything. I mean, they can do wonders with that. Magic.
If you have a distance and you can get a overhead, so you've got a 90-degree distance and an angle, then sure.
You don't have the 90 though, do you? If you're just measuring one angle like these guys have.
Well, you give me an example. What are you talking about?
Buy a shitty theodolite. Buy a shitty theodolite off eBay for 35 quid and then measure an angle and then assume that you've got a triangle and everything.
All right. Okay, so what's actually being calculated?
I've got to go.
What's happening?
I've got to take me out.
You have the distance to the mountain from the observer. You have the height of the mountain. That gives you the right angle, and that gives you the...
There you go. Hot mic Elderbear, we can hear the guitar. We're done with that conversation anyway, so that is as much as I know about the presentation. I mean, I know less now than I did before. Geo seems to have got rid of the angle, and it's just to do with the time. So if you've got a mountain or something near you, don't know whether it just works with any old light anywhere. Really, just time it when it disappears behind a mountain. And I don't know. You have to get in touch with Earth Awakenings. Maybe you might have to know which light it is in the sky, what it's called, and all that, and what time it disappears. But I still don't know what it proves. Or does it disprove the globe or prove the flat Earth? I don't know. I don't know what conclusions you could possibly come to from any of this stuff.
Sounds like a fun group experience for both sides of the false dichotomy to get involved in.
To try and work out exactly what it means.
Yeah, and the time part is who can do it first. I think that should be the time part. Well, I tell you what, Sean Hawkins has a Polaris challenge that everybody seems to just glance past. Get in line behind the Hawk. Thank you.
Yeah, Sean, if you're out there listening, come in. Now's the time. These guys are measuring. They're measuring angles. That was what Sean's thing. He invented it. Polaris. measuring angles to lights in the sky. That was all Sean Hawkins, that. Took a while for it to kick in, but I mean, they're all doing it now, aren't they? You remember years ago, I don't know whether the Globe guys ever said that you can't really, predict what the ground is by looking at lights in the sky. And I still don't know what they're doing at the minute. So if you know any flat earthers or anything that are doing this, I mean, be careful about which questions you ask them. What's actually going on? They can time lights in the sky, looking at mountains. Has anyone ever done that? Timed a light in the sky disappearing over a mountain. I don't know whether it's just Pikes Peak that works on or not. I don't know. So I might go back over again and have a word with him, but I really I don't think I'm a wanted character in these things. These questions that we ask, they seem to be a bit...
They're not a very welcoming bunch, are they?
No.
It seemed as though it was unsure. It seemed like Riggs almost didn't know what was going on, but he was defending it in some way. And when you asked some clarifying questions, it was as if it's an inconvenience. But he didn't understand it necessarily. Well, seemed to later on get the drift of it. Geo seems to know, but nobody's kind of readily saying, well, this is what happened, and this is, and going through it with you. There's a resistance to it. There's a not wanting to speak to you. That's not just for you. I mean, I experience that too. I've heard it with others too.
Yeah. Well, particularly Emma. I think Emma think there's some sort of a plague or something. The conversations we have in here during the daytime are pretty good. I will be sorting that out. It's just that I still have certain things I have to do during the day, but the moment I get the chance to, I'm going to be going live all day, really, because we do have a Discord here that is open to everybody all day, particularly in the UK time. It's a meeting place for quite a few people, and there are some active conversations that happen all the time. In fact, I think this is one of the few places that certain conversations are allowed to happen. They get shut down in other places quite often.
Yes, please take note of our friendly, it's called Traveling Globe Sales. It comes in quite regularly, has a little chat, quite a friendly chat, and off he goes. Wants to enroll us in his group of people that he comes across.
Certain flat earthers too, right? We're all just people living in reality here. There's all sorts of people in reality, and I mean, you're best off just being able to communicate with everyone. That's what I was hoping with this, right? I'm hoping to find an ability to communicate with people more effectively. So in going over there, I'm testing out whether these flat earthers or globe earthers have the ability to communicate whatever is going on. And I don't think they can. If there is anybody out there that wants to attempt to, explain to us what's going on with this theodolite, and I would like to know why this guy decided he wanted to buy a theodolite from eBay and then do this particular thing. That's
especially if they don't seem to need it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the celestial theodolite sounds a bit kind of esoteric, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It kind of sounds special. You know, what's that? Celestial theodolite.
Well, like I say,
intriguing.
Surveyors don't do it because, I mean, what would be the purpose of measuring an angle to a mountain? You already know the elevations of the mountains. You know the location of the mountain. You know the location of where you are because you can put yourself on the map. It's all been done. You know, there's no purpose for surveyors to do that particular thing, measuring an angle. And for celestial navigation, you have to use 15 degrees, which that's like well within. It's 2 degrees. I take it that angle is 2 degrees from horizontal from the altitude or elevation that he was at. So, I mean, that's not a lot.
No, it's not, is it?
So that's
just off the ground.
So I don't know how it's those people that are in Geos or Earth Awakenings that have sat through a presentation. How come they've never mentioned either of these facts to find out exactly why a PhD guy has decided to measure and time a light in the sky? It serves no purpose to me. I can't work it out. And I'm not too sure whether any of the globe earthers or the flat earthers will be bothered about it either. You might find this one is another one of the Black Swan type things where they're still talking about it in 5 years. And they've developed an entire reasoning and an argument backwards and forwards between each other about whether you can measure it or not. I mean, I don't know. Just seems like a load of nonsense to me, but I mean, this whole arena seems a bit like a load of nonsense anyway.
Yeah, it's fallen into more nonsense recently, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not having a go at flat earthers, but they are struggling for this 2 points of rotation.
Yeah, anything but face it. Anything but face it and try and come to terms. You know, it might be even if they were just really trying to come up with something. Talking, if you heard them talking about, you know, how could this happen? You know, can we totally discount this? Does it prove this or disprove that? Where would it fit in our reality? You know, Oakley's got his antipodal sandwich planes and 2 points of rotation, and nobody seems to know what he's talking about. And what QE's looking at? What's his take on it?
Riggs has got
just probably some citations that don't support what he's talking about in the first place. Flatsoid, well, if it's in the scriptures or we just say it's over there, but you know, you're trying to catch us out, so we can't actually say where we think it is in case you pin us down on something. If you offer to do something that proves once and for all for us one thing or another, then well, we're not really interested in doing that. But we will say that, you know, there's no proof, nobody's done it. So it is a bit of a muddle, isn't it?
Yep. All for the lack of a globe. I mean, that's all it takes. Just embrace it.
Yes. Yes.
Simples. But, I mean, they can't. I am interested in finding the rhetoric to be able to communicate these sort of things to people. I think I'm learning the rhetoric. I have a certain amount of knowledge to be able to base that rhetoric upon. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure that we've got a test. I think we've got one of the best tests in the arena. I'm not too sure whether the flat earthers are able to comprehend it, and I'm not too sure flat earthers will be able to take it. But I would like to offer this to Jaren and Will Duffy, I think, first. Might try to offer them to see whether, they're willing to take on a test in reality, because they say the truth it fears no question, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to start saying, go on.
I was just going to say, or will they bend it to literally to their belief?
Yeah, as I could say, we have to start saying, stop using our shit.
Yeah.
Because increasingly they're using the rhetoric that I've only found here originally, and now it's increasingly been heard across the arena, but you can't link it with anyone here, with Bev or anyone here, of course, because that would turn them into a Bevite, and that's like treasonous group of people. So they can't use that, but they're trying to use it but make a hash of it and don't really know quite what to do with it, but claim it's flat Earth or it's one thing or another. And they have a list of words. Maybe we should have a list too of words they can't use. They've sort of got it down to 30. Don't think they all rhyme with at the end, but yeah, they've got those 30 words. Don't use our shit. But they readily use somebody else's.
Yeah. Can I address Gord's in the chat? I mean,
go.
As far as I knew, Gord's, they've always known about this sun going from right to left, and I think that's more of the problem than the sun circles. Like, it's the counter rotation. One of them goes from the left to the right. If you listen to Jaren's things, he'll tell you this is what got Jaren. Sun, for most of us living where we live, goes from left to right. Rises in the east and sets in the west, but that is from left to right. Well, Jaren saw it go from right to left, and that's the problem, Gods. I mean, definitely, I'd say they've always known it's there. It's just that they chose this year to let flat earthers know about it. I mean, you can't be one of those people that just denies it because you've not seen it yourself.
It might have been earlier this morning or yesterday. I heard Indio and QE doing a partnership on some guy by saying, you look north, you see it the sun go from left to right, turn round. Now look, it's going from right to left. And they were pounded this guy with that. That was it. That's all. That was their explanation. Just turn round. Like this, the rotation of the stars. Look that way, it's going that way. Look the other way, it's seemingly going the other way, going from right to left or left to right, depending on which way you're facing. And that's how they seem to be dealing with it. The top guys, not dealing with. Well, these guys saw it, and then don't seem to be particularly of the camp of people who are talking about green screens and line in the video, in the footage, which is supposedly, it's described as being part of the 360 degree camera, which has two opposing lenses, and it's where they join, where those two images, those two views from each lens join. Apparently that's what causes those lines in the video. I don't know. That is, one says no, it's not, it's been stitched together, and the others say no, it's part of the camera. But they're not, those guys they're not really talking about that. They're not really saying it's a fake and there's green screens. They're just on the old look this way, left to right, turn round, right to left. There you go. don't be such an idiot retard and come over here and tell us the sun is going in another direction.
Well,
and they do.
I've heard it explained, like, if you're inside the NASCAR track, to being outside the NASCAR track.
Yes, yeah, I think that's what the little magic they were trying to do with Mighty Mush.
But that's not what Jaren and those guys have seen,
no.
right? It's not what Saragaki sees in the north.
No, no.
Right?
No, because you're within it, aren't you? It's going right around
it turns like you could literally turn inside it and follow it, and you'd be turning either left or right. They are opposite rotations of the thing, and that's the problem. That's what Jaren couldn't work out in his mind. He couldn't.
Yes,
he couldn't make that right, and the only way he could was Tis Globe.
Because Oakley and AI, they were got with Mighty Mush. They were having him sit in the stands, watching the race, and on the far side of the cars are going anti-clockwise around the track. You look across, and on the far side of the track, they go from your right to left. As they come around the corner and come on this side of the track, they're going from left to right. And they were trying to say it was like that, but in actual fact, they should have put him in the middle of the track.
Yeah.
And then put him in the north and the south. So in the north, they would be going clockwise. And if he was in the center of the track in the south, Daytona, they would be going anti-clockwise. That totally different from what they were trying to magic him into believing. And he could see that. But he was really annoyed that
but they
were trying to confuse him. Yes, and he just thought, what's going on? Why are you saying this? When you said all the time, for ever since he's known about it, the sun just goes east to west. Rises in the east, sets in the west, goes round in that circle. That's been the story. And now to say we've always it goes in the opposite direction. He was just really confused, and well, I hadn't heard it before. I hadn't heard them say that they knew it did that. They'd always been aware it did that. I'd only heard this turn round, look north, left to right, turn round, see the stars are going from your right shoulder to your left shoulder now. That's the explanation. That's all I'd ever heard. I heard them talk about Sigma Octantis, but in kind of vague terms, didn't want to really get fixed on it. And now it's it is a point of rotation. But for me, I think, well, if Polaris defines the latitudes in the north, and they don't see it beyond the equator, what defines it? Is it that rotation of Sigma Octantis that creates the latitudes in the south? Is that the center point of the latitudes in the south? In which case they're circles in opposite directions. Oakley says he haven't measured beyond the equator. Well, he hasn't measured on north of the equator either. From the north to the equator either. He hasn't done anything, but that's his claim. It's done to the equator, and beyond that, doesn't know. It's a bit complicated, difficult. The stars aren't available. We don't know what we're doing, but because we've proved that the north part is flat, you can just safely assume the rest of it is as well. But then only having an angle, just having an angle to Polaris, and this bloody elevation angle has to be a right angle triangle. But it's not the Earth, it's not the surface, it's because you can get an angle, and if it's a right angled elevation angle, if that's what it is, it's you're not standing on it. It's not what's beneath your feet. It's generally at the eye, above the Earth. So it's just madness, really. But of course, those questions can't be asked. They can't be answered. If you ask them, then you get cast out. But there seems to be an increasing amount of silence. there's not so many people who seem to be willing to jump on board with some of these things recently, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that I personally, I think Will Duffy, I did say this, is a genius from the start. I mean, I don't know how long we've been saying round here, like the Earth is not flat. But I mean, there's also a false dichotomy in play, and you either see it or you don't. And if you don't see it, then you're not going to understand what the real globe actually is. It's a placeholder for these things that, you can't really explain. Flat earthers, we know that flat earthers can't explain it. Look at what it's done to Jeren. And anybody else, it seems, that, takes this on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody's. We were watching this presentation he's been doing to this group of skeptics or some skeptic conference, and Jeren's doing a full-on Glober TED Talk presentation type thing, and that was pretty swift. So if anybody's looked at that, have a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be what most flat earthers are. I don't know. The reason why they're struggling to get the grips of what exactly is going on. Like it must be a lot easier to just say that you don't trust people. But I mean, even though Jeren can bend a perpendicular, much like Riggs, I mean, that's all it takes is the ability to mentally bend a perpendicular, just like Riggs has done, just like Jeren did a couple of years ago when we talked with him, and much like most of the people within the arena can. That's all it takes.
Yeah, the other interesting thing was that came up this week was Nathan Oakley's prime citation for the flat Earth, and it's the citation of the elevation angle. Everybody must have heard by now. Sustainable by design. Been going on since the beginning of 2024. It was kind of thought that Oakley gets £10 every time he mentions it, because he's mentioned it so many times. It's his go-to. It's sustainable by design. The horizontal the observer's standing on. Do you hear that? The horizontal the observer's standing on. Well, it turns out that that citation is a globe citation, and I'll drop it in the chat.
I'll put it in there. I beat you to it.
Oh, you have? Yeah. Okay, have a look, everybody. Have a look at this. The sustainable by design citation, because all the ones I've seen posted of it in any of the Discords is a picture of this. It's like a little golfing green almost with a triangle on it and a house, and the citation that ends at the horizontal the observer is standing on. When in fact it's actually a globe citation, and it goes on to say, after it says the angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. And I'd always looked at that and thought, well, it says imaginary. It's an imaginary line. It's an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. There's no commas, no full stops in there. So to me, it's the imaginary line completely, from the star to the observer to this horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So that's all, in my mind, it's all imaginary. It's not a real thing. And, well, the observer isn't standing on a horizontal plane, so, and the angle is at the eye. But anyway, after that, it then says the altitude angle is negative when the sun drops below the horizon brackets in this graphic. Replace north with south for observers in the southern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere? Flat Earth citation? Wow. And then
That's the antipodal plane.
Yes, the antipodal plane. There we go. So obviously that little green flips over and it's the same underneath. And it's the equation's got an hour angle in as well, which is a bit globe. But yeah, it's funny how he's kind of cherry-picked this quotation, this citation, or part of this citation, cherry-picked the part that suits him, and then totally discounted the other bit that doesn't fit, and then claims that the bit that does fit is true, but the rest isn't. So how could he be sure it's true if the other stuff isn't, just because it seems to suit his rhetoric?
Well,
and then he stood on this thing for... Yes. And did he know? Did he cut it and present it like that? Or was it presented to him and he's never gone to look at the
actual website, you reckon?
The actual website, and looked at the link and seen it for himself, or whether he just thought, this will do. They know the globe. Nobody will look. Nobody will see it.
I mean...
Because that's how I've always seen it. Just that
it says sometimes referred as the solar elevation angle. I don't know whether he gets that as well. I mean, I don't know, but if that's the case, the solar elevation angle is the angle to the big light in the sky, the one that does circles in opposite directions.
And he seems to use it pretty exclusively to Polaris. Polaris, angle, elevation angle, latitude, flat Earth. They all go together. Don't mention anything about anything outside of that in reality. Can you get that elevation angle on the side of a hill? Kick him out! So you're not standing on a horizontal then?
Yeah.
Mariners, so then they go to the bubble sextant. Try and confuse with that. Which to me just means you're trying, you must have this, you've got to hold this sextant upright. It's got to be upright, otherwise you're not going to get the correct angle.
Well, they've never measured
the angle you get isn't.
They
haven't done that anyway.
Not one person in this arena has measured an angle. Apparently, they've got a new guy that has measured an angle with a shitty theodolite that he's bought off eBay. So at least he's measured an angle, but that angle doesn't seem to mean very much at the minute. And I'm pretty sure it's just a distraction from this, which is the big one, the sun circles, the one that's troubled Jaren. And I think all of the flat earthers at some point, they're going to have to face it. You can't just keep ignoring it. You have to be able to have some kind of rebuttal when somebody says, how do you place that into your reality? The fact that this does occur. You can't just keep denying it forever.
Yeah.
Will Duffy, what Will Duffy's doing here is he's actually making this as obvious as he can to everyone. If you listen to that thing that Jaren was saying tonight, that's the main thing that he's talking about. That this sun goes in opposite directions. He couldn't work it out. I don't think there's many people that can. Put those two things together. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and as he's rightfully pointing out, I know people don't want to tie themselves to the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, and they don't want to do that, but they actually do it. But there he represents that, and if the sun is going around in a circle on that map, or on that idea, that model, that thought model, that image in your mind, if it's going round in one big circle and yet over there somewhere on the circumference there's another circle going in the opposite direction, how does it work? How does that work? For sure, the GP of Polaris at the North Pole, which gives you concentric latitudes out to an equator that is claimed to be flat Earth covering 10,800 miles. That's a model. Can't say I can get away from that. To claim you haven't got a model seems to me to be totally ridiculous, because it's based on that. It's all based on that. Yeah, so for all those people who've heard the imaginary line between the observer and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, then take a look at the original citation. I think it's a bit embarrassing myself. But no
yeah,
doubt
I can't see Nathan doing it. Or like they'll make sure that there's nobody that has the ability to ask him about, the full... I mean, it is only off a website, right? I mean, we do have a website.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any need for us to put elevation angle citation or, some sort of a definition of what that is on our thing. I don't think there's any need for us to do that. But
no, we could
cite it as long as you get someone like Nathan Oakley to say it enough. Then it'll become whatever he wants it to be.
Yeah. I mean, the application of the basis of this citation is for solar panel installers to get the optimum angle of their solar panel to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
That's and largely they're pointing south. It seems like the satellite dishes point south, and wherever south may be, depending on which kind of what experience you're living in, and the solar panels do too. Where the sun is at it the most, where it travels across the sky mostly. Maybe in Chile they have a whole different orientation for the solar panels, but you're on a roof, maybe. Even the ones I've seen in the field on the ground, they're not horizontal. They're angled, pointing into the sky, to try and get the optimum amount of light on them, mostly on a pitched roof, so that's not horizontal.
Yeah, I think to your Gord's, you may be taking it the wrong way or whatever, but I mean, you do have to admit that there are 2 points of rotation. Like, I don't know anybody who is going to deny 2 points of rotation. The fact that the sun also seems to rotate around those 2 points of rotation as well is it's an observed fact. I mean, we know it happens in the north because I know some people that have confirmed that to me. I've never actually seen it myself, but I think anybody that gets to be able to see both of them is pretty lucky. Anybody that gets to see either of them is a pretty lucky person, I would consider anyway, because these are places that not many people get chance to go to observe these things. And you'd have to say it's a natural phenomena. The being able to see the sun in the sky for 24 hours must be disorientating. I wouldn't even know what I would imagine that would be like, but it would, to me, I think it would be crazy not seeing the sun go down. That would be absolutely mental.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
And I don't even know whether you notice that the sun goes the other way round or not.
Yeah, I was wondering for those, because it's not something. If that happens for those people in the deep south, are we allowed to say deep south? Wherever this place is, I just haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Well, what about anybody that's ever been to Australia, right? Surely,
exactly, yes.
You would have thought that they would have noticed that the sun rises at the right and sets at the left. But would you notice that? Would you notice that if you've never been in the north? If you've only ever been living in the south, then that would be from east to west. That would be your norm.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you get the chance to see both. But I haven't heard that said, hey, we went to Australia. You never guess what happened.
Yeah. Sun comes up from over there and it goes over there.
Yeah.
I don't think, and I've never been there myself, so I don't even know whether it would be something that you would notice. I mean, from all I know, right, I've talked to a couple of people that have been to Australia on holiday, and they would tell you that they never even had it in their mind that the sun rose at the right and set on the left. Because it's just east. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been to Australia, sadly, but and in the north, I recognise the sky. In the winter when Orion comes, I love it. I just like looking at it. It's it's that part of the year when it appears and you can see it. And you see the Big Dipper, and say to my daughter, "That's Polaris, that star up there. Follow those two stars there, straight up together, just off to the right there. That's Polaris. See that star over there? That's
what's my proof? Do you mean are you talking to me or Emma or somebody else? It's not a proof of anything. It's just an observable fact in reality that there are 2 points of rotation. According to Nathan Oakley and other flat earthers, it's been known about for years. I'm not denying rotation. It, but it's not proof of anything. I don't get it.
I don't understand the whole right and left, because if I walk out of my home, the sun rises to the right and sets to the left. Now, if I walk out of my home backward, the sun rises to the left and sets to the right. I just don't understand. It's just the whole thing is
travels ridiculous in the sky and you follow it. You would be turning right. Would you? If you put your right hand out and you would follow the sun, you would follow it and turn to your right hand. Would you?
I don't know, because I've never done it before.
Well, for me, the sun comes up. I know where it comes up in relation to my house. It comes up in the east, and I always view it facing south. In my mind, even if I'm not looking at it, as I perceive it, I'm looking south. It goes from my left to the right. Because if I face north, it's behind me and I don't see it. So that's how I orientate it. Because I don't see it if I'm facing north. It's behind me. So that's how it appears to me. And that's my experience. It goes from left to right. And if I got up in the morning in another place, knowing that direction over there was east, and now I could face north and I could see it, and it went from right to left, then that would be a totally different experience. As I say, the stars that I know here in the north, that would fascinate me, to want to look at the sky somewhere else where the stars are all different and wonder what it looks like. I wonder how you orientate yourself, because I know where Polaris is. I know where I am. I know where to look. And I wonder, what star would you do that in the south, in another place? What would be your, you know, in your consciousness, in your inside you, that feeling inside you of recognizing the stars and being able to orientate yourself by looking at the stars? I'm fascinated by that. Wonder what that would be. What does the Southern Cross look like in reality? What is it? What do they see down there? Yeah, and I haven't heard anybody who lives in Australia who could tell me that. Well, when I go out, the star that I'm fixated on as a point of orientation to know where I'm facing, or there's a particular star. It's everybody looks at it. Everybody knows where it is.
See,
And I haven't found a
people
comparison.
do that. Like,
No, I don't think they do.
How often
No.
do people actually look at the lights in the sky anymore?
No, but that's just me, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think they do, because you know, those stories of not hearing the sun going in a different orientation, different direction than I'm used to, or the stars turning in an opposite rotation, or you know, I don't think people notice that much. They're interested in the beer, the surf, the food.
Yeah, well, whereas Jaren, actually, the whole mission was to take Jaren to see that very thing that they knew was impossible on the model that he did have. He had north-centered sun circles.
Yeah, he was on the North Center Daytona racetrack.
Yeah, and they just took him
used
to
that.
see the south one, which, by all accounts, is opposite. Just about as much as you can have as opposite as that. Sun circles in the sky, but the opposite way round. You're turning left, following the sun during the day. Now, people say it's fake. I'd say that'd be pretty hard to fake.
Yeah, I think so. Even you know, the technology that's around, the filming technology, the digital creation, the CGI, all the things that have been brought out, you can generally see that those aren't real.
I mean,
there's always something.
You might have
much more obvious
if everybody in Australia was still turning right when the sun came up and they followed it. If they were still turning right, then Antarctica would be the anomaly. But pretty sure people in Australia are actually turning left with the sun.
Yeah, in this arena, you would have thought that was a common knowledge.
Well, you would have thought these highly observant people in this arena would have at least been prepared for a right to left circle.
Yeah.
But it appears not.
Again, if you haven't seen it,
that they were going to see they thought it was going to set. So it's not just the fact that the sun circles; it's the fact that the sun's circling the opposite way. I think that's what did Jaren. I really do. That's just fried Jaren's brain. He couldn't cope with it, as I think most flat earthers as well. I think it's impossible to explain literally 2 points of rotation.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it and you haven't heard it described, there's no reason you would even conceive of it. You know, and when they talk about education and things, certainly not something I'd ever heard in education. That you know, in this part of the world, the sun goes from this side, in this direction, and the other part of the world, it goes in a totally opposite direction. I never heard that before. Maybe some people have, but you know, if you don't see it, you haven't heard about it.
Steve says in the chat, perhaps the left to right thing depends where you're looking from. Well, in the case of these circles, you're looking from inside the circle. You're completely watching both of the circles, except you're turning opposite directions. In both of these cases, you are standing inside the circle and you're watching the sun stay in the sky, except one of them you're turning left and the other one you're turning right, like a ballerina, spinning in opposite directions. But both of them always east to west. It's impossible, right? Literally impossible. And there's only one thing that deals with impossibles.
Yep.
That's globe. The flat earth can't explain it. Literally can't explain it.
Yeah, because if you believe that they went to Antarctica, maybe you don't. You either believe it or you don't. If you believe in Sigma Octantis, you either do or you don't. If you do, you do. If you believe in Robert Shortman going to this place and working his place, and he didn't see it going round, that was described as being in Antarctica. And now, if you go to the North Pole, point to that place. Where is it?
You don't have to go to the North Pole, do you? I mean, we don't know anybody that has been to the North Pole, just as we don't know anybody that's been to the South Pole, right? The people that have been in different locations that can see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. That's what we do know. These poles that people talk about, not got a clue, never been there.
No.
Nobody knows anybody that's ever been there either.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the North Pole centric flat Earth model. From that point of view, get as close to the center of that as you can, and then point to wherever you think that place is. That has been said. It's Antarctica. It's Sigma Octantis. It's where someone said they worked in the Antarctic. Where is that? Which direction? That's what's being asked, isn't it? That's what Will Duffy's asking. Where is the ceremonial and South Pole? Where is the South Pole?
Yeah, whilst you're studying one of the places, any direction would do. But I mean, move your foot like a yard away. Right, then one hand can point to north, right? And the other hand pointing to south has got to be the opposite. Hasn't it?
Yeah. What's the limits of just north? In that sense, yeah. A yard away, yeah. You are moving away.
Then you can point
the yard back is north.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand in that one place, you could point in any direction to get to south. But move 1 yard away, then south is just the direction away from north, isn't it? Like the opposite to that. It has a location at that point, but until then, no.
But then east and west is south as well, so
everybody has to do this, don't they? This is one of those things. It doesn't matter whether you've got a flat earth or a globe earth or you're just trying to work this sort of stuff out. It's something that people have to do. Like, are there 2 points of rotation? First off, decide whether you're going to believe that there are 2 points of rotation.
Yeah, just as some people have come to some personal conclusion, dug their heels in and said, it's this. Can't be anything else. If you dare ask any questions further beyond where we want to stretch our minds, then you will be committing a treasonous act. And nobody will speak to you anymore. He may be imprisoned, maybe sent into exile for deeming to stretch our imagination and our thought further than we wish to stretch it.
Well, I mean, we have witnessed in the past week or two or whatever, what's left of the flat Earth community not being able to address this very simple thing. And it's obvious that Will Duffy targeted this very thing when he took Jaren to the Antarctica. The whole purpose of him doing it was targeted to show Jaren this. Now, it was predicted that the only outcome is what Jaren did, right? Everybody seems to know that that was what was going to happen beforehand. That, you know, like it was bound to happen, but nobody knew why it was bound to happen. Nobody could put a finger on what the actual experiment was. And this was the experiment. Show somebody who has a north-centered model another point of rotation. Just put it in his mind, like, and watch what happens. And it surprises me that most people didn't actually recognize that as the experiment that was being performed.
Yeah, and I think it showed on when he was on Flatsoids the other day that they're so wedded to this flat Earth model that they don't want to be in a situation where they can prove it or disprove it, or it's disproven. They don't want to go there. I think that's why they've been struggling so much to find any discrepancy in a word, a movement, a picture to say it's fake. And when Duffy says, well, I can arrange for you, Steve, to be online with somebody when they're filming it, you know, what will that do for you? Will that be enough? If that's what you wanted in the first place, what is it that will give you that proof? And didn't want to say, yeah, I'm up for that. Let's do it. Yeah, okay. How can we do that? Have we got to wait for the next year for the sun to come round, or is it too late? Is it still going round 24 hours at the moment, or is it done? You know, can we do it this week? Or, yeah. What did he want? They just seemed to want to whinge and moan about what didn't happen for him the last time. Like, you know, somebody's been left at the altar waiting for the bride to arrive.
I did a clip. One of the first things I ever did. I'll put it in the live chat. I did this on my phone quite a bit ago, but you know, like I like to do and play about with the enthymeme.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you guys can see it or not, can you? Because it's in the Discord. I'm going to play it.
He's moved about the Discord
under
recently.
Those circumstances,
I keep the other day scanning, thinking, where's it
are
gone?
overhead and I'm under them.
Makes sense
Instead,
for it
you
to be
mean
at the top.
if I find
Superimposed.
myself in those circumstances. And that is how under is used in understand. To understand something is to stand in the midst of it, to be part of it, and to be within it.
Press the down arrow.
And
it
that
looks
is
like
helpful to
5
keep in
days worth
mind.
of still
I
notice.
cannot walk into something that's crumpled up and closed off. To truly understand something, it needs to be opened up for me, unfolded. And that is what an explanation should do. The word explain literally means to flatten, plane, out. Explain, to make flat. Now, if you'll excuse the analogy, if this is a story I want to read, and it's all crumpled up, a physical law basically just tells me a summary of the story. It'll tell me how the story ends, what language and grammatical rules were used to write it. But an explanation will flatten the page out and allow me to see the details, an actual word, and the word that follows it, and so on, all the way through.
So, yeah, it starts off with the level curves explained, and then it goes into an explanation. That's why I say these 2 points of rotation cannot be explained. It's impossible to be able to explain it when you understand what explain means to flatten out, as he says. I mean, I don't want to trigger anybody by using words that, but that's what an explanation is. To be able to lay something out so it's clear to see. And what we've got here is 2 points of rotation. And quite literally, impossible to explain. It's never going to be done. Nobody can do it. There is no rhetoric to be able to do this. And that's what Will Duffy's given the flat earthers. How do you do that? When you've only got a flat earth to fall back on, and you realise the flat earth's got nothing. It's got an impossibility for you to be able to do this. Now, like I say, it doesn't prove globe or anything. This is just a direct attack on the flat earth, and flat earthers couldn't see it. They were so unprepared that now they're getting upset when people are saying, how do you do it? They don't even know that they don't have an explanation for it. There's nobody out there that can come and help them. So I'm not having a go at any of the flat earthers or anything. I think I've been one of the most flat earth defender, if you will, of when everybody else was attacking them. I've tried to do my best. Tried to warn them, let them know. But they didn't listen. We tried to tell this to Nathan Oakley. We tried to tell it to Jaren. The problems caused by making east-west circles causes massive problems. Geometrically, logically.
They didn't want to hear it, though.
No. Shut us out.
Still don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Rather not deal with it. And now we know that there is no explanation that's going to come forward for flat earthers for this thing. Where does that leave people?
Buying cheap-ass theodolites? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Buster, is it true that you're home from work? I heard a rumor.
I am, and Bev hasn't checked his DMs.
Oh. Let me.
Okay, because I heard you had a guitar handy and you know how to do birthday songs. It was just something I heard. Anyways, sorry to interrupt.
Are you like? You're...
Yeah. I just dropped something in the chat, so that would fit in really well.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to do it at the end. You know, like any time you.
Well, I just didn't want to wait too late. I know certain people will, on their birthday probably go to bed early. But...
Yeah. Start getting earlier and earlier nowadays, won't it?
Yeah.
I'm still awake, just about.
Just a
Is there any
caveat.
cake left?
This isn't a birthday song, but it is a song on a birthday, so it's not like completely a failure. You ready?
Yes. This
right.
is.
I think it's
obviously,
fitting.
if everybody knows, it's Emma's birthday today.
Yeah. This isn't a birthday song, but it is a song on a birthday, and it's the fastest one I could, get.
Live music. Yes.
Live, yeah. All right. So, all right, here we go. Maybe. I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. Ramblings of these madmen going insane. Now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. Transcendental numbers and conceptual mass take you on a journey down a Penrose path. Now I see it clear. The path that you're on only ends in tears. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? Cast away the shadows and step into light, taking down the giants and we're open inside. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never see the Logos, who will?
Yes. Fucking amazing. That was...
That is amazing.
I don't think I've ever heard you do it as good as that. Like, remember, I go back to that first one I think I ever
I
heard
know,
you sing.
yeah.
That's good, though. Sid, that's your song, that, isn't it? All over.
Oh, yeah.
That's like,
I love it.
Buster wrote that song, performed it, put all of that in. That's Buster.
Bam.
Good.
Wow. Yeah. Well done, man. Beautiful.
That's good.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Em.
Thank you.
Much better than the one from Kevin and... No, Rad did a good one, didn't he?
No Red did Happy Birthday?
He did. He sang Happy Birthday. Yeah, it was like a pom-pom version, I think. That Rocky's garden looks a bit different as well. Looks like you've done a bit of work there, Rocky. May have moved his pool.
Oh yes, the snow is gone. Happy birthday, Em.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, happy birthday, Emma. All day today. Yeah, I can't see how the flat earthers are going to get out of this. To be honest, I think Will Duffy's played this game to a T. And the flat earthers are unprepared for it. Somebody thinks it's all fake. What, the sun circles are all fake? Or, like, all of the sun circles are fake? Or are you going to have some of them are real, the left to right sun circles? Are they okay? It's just the right to left. I don't see how flat earthers are going to get out of not having a reply for this. I don't know how long they can ignore it and just say it's not real. It's just unfortunate. You don't understand the power of the globe. Once you know, because nobody ever bothers asking what globe is, do they? It's flat earthers don't have it.
I guess I don't know. Maybe they have it as a gratitude. I don't know. I don't know what to take from all that. I listened to a bit of it this morning when you were in there, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, the curved graticule was fantastic,
to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do admit, gods, it doesn't prove it, but like I say, it's impossible to explain. You can't lay it out on a plane and put 2 points of rotation and then put the sun on it. It just doesn't work. I don't think they're ever going to have an explanation. So, I mean, it's okay saying that, it doesn't prove anything by looking at the lights in the sky, but then you've got other flat earthers that are actually using measurements to the lights in the sky to prove their flat earth. So you can't really use both of these. One's where you do use a measurement to a light in the sky to prove flat Earth, but then also say that you can't prove anything by looking at the lights in the sky. I mean, that's completely contradictory. And exactly the sort of thing that Will Duffy's targeted this particular social experiment against, the ability of people to hold contradictions. So yeah, it is. It's about accepting the sun circles in the sky. Is it the fact that you don't know what to do with the information that's stopping you from accepting it, or is it the fact that you would have to see it for yourself? I mean, do you say the same thing about the north sun circles? Or is it just the ones in the south rotation? Because you would say that, you know, people in the south, the Australians, right, they do have a point of rotation. Maybe not of the sun, but there is a point of rotation in the sky. I'm asking anybody. I'm asking myself. God, so, you know, like, it's just, these are just questions that are out there. Obviously, these sort of questions should be what Will Duffy's stirred up. I mean, you can just deny it because you don't like Will Duffy or whatever, come up with all sorts of things, but these points of rotations, they are there. Denying them isn't going to help, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. We heard for so long like the sky doesn't prove what the ground is, but I mean, you know what the ground is. You walk on it.
Yeah. You know it's not flat.
Yeah, but then so many misnomers and things people latch onto in this arena. It amazes me sometimes.
Yeah, God. I've never been to either of these places, but I have got a camera, right? And we can do a time lapse and see a circular pattern on that time lapse. Now, I know that there are people in a different place that can also do that very same thing, but they have a circle going the opposite way. I do know that those are two things that can happen. I've seen them.
I guess it didn't help that the Flat Earth team were totally unprepared and went down there with hardly any equipment to do anything serious, and came back with pretty much nothing. And Jaron had some chess videos on the plane, all those things, but their 24-hour sun videos seemed to have come to nothing and didn't work, or because I don't know, obviously the Globers were pretty prepared. Whether the baggage claim thing is a real thing or not, I'm not really sure, but you know, they obviously had gear with them. They planned what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and Witzer and Jerem were just kind of looking around going, wow, well.
Yeah, because they're not people of science. No flat earther is a person of science.
I don't think this has got anything to do with science.
Right.
This is
it does everything to do with science. Everything to do with science.
It can be proved to be impossible to explain.
No.
I think
it has everything to do with science.
by
This
the
is
lack
science.
of an explanation. Simply,
Let's ask the question of Hello All, Robert. What is your explanation of science?
My explanation of science is to study our environment, learn about it, learn to control it, learn to um, progress ourselves, right? Make our lives better, more comfortable, more advanced. That is the explanation of science.
What of the scientific method?
What are the scientific? What do you mean? Well, the scientific method is what you use to do all these things. So what we're trying to do with science, right, is to do all, what I just said, and then how do you do it? Is there is a methodology in science, right, that you should follow in order to affect those things or effect those things.
Yeah, I mean, there's some descriptions and citations thrown around that are often questioned by whichever side as to what is the correct scientific method.
There will always be questions. That is what
Needing.
science is about as well. It's answering questions. It's always answering questions. So science makes, through science we've determined something, but hey, some things may have been missed, right? So here comes questioning. Science goes back, says, "Oh yes, this was missed. Now let's add this to the method, add this to the, and then make it better." Like for example, when they were trying to figure out the distance to the sun, okay, basic trigonometry gave us 8 million miles, right? And we're like,
basic
okay,
trigonometry on what? Come on, you can't just say that.
Yeah. Yes, that's what basic trigonometry gave you us 8 million miles. Right. So another guy came and said,
no, wait a minute, Rob. Wait a minute. Trigonometry will give you a distance. Now, is that distance the hypotenuse?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so where's the other two sides of this triangle?
Right. So the other guy comes along and says, "Well,
come on, Rob, whoa,
the other two sides.
We're doing trigonometry, and we've got a distance. We're going to call that a hypotenuse, but that means we need a right angle and an adjacent and an opposite. Two different sides of the triangle. Where are they?
Well, you could use the moon, right?
What, for triangulating?
Yeah,
the
it's a triangulation
to the sun.
The ground, right? So the ground.
So we've got us, the moon, and the sun.
Yes, these are different reference points you can use to try to develop your formula the best way you can. Because remember, you're on the ground. You're stuck to the ground. You have been relegated to the ground.
Yeah,
right?
But we're on about triangulating a distance.
I know. But you're stuck on the ground. You don't have wings.
I'd say it's impossible, right? There's my opening bid. Can you elaborate on you think the best method for triangulating a distance to the light in the sky? Any light in the sky, but preferably
right. Yeah, it's triangulation that they were trying to do.
Yeah.
Yes. They're stuck, but remember, you're relegated to the ground by God, right? God is like, yo, you're just a mere human being, and you're stuck with gravity, so you better sit there. So you're like, okay, God, I'm going to try to figure out the distance to the sun from my position, and God says, go ahead.
Go on, go. Yeah, go on.
And then God says, go ahead.
God Bev says, go on.
Right. So you try, and you came up with 8 million miles, and then God laughs.
How, Rob? I don't know how you got there. How did God instruct you to do it, Rob? He said you're stuck to the ground. He gave you gravity, like a big thumb on the top of your head. And he said, right, here's trigonometry. Now work it out. How did he tell you to do it?
God never give no instructions. Man is just interested in it, right? That's all. And God
You
is like,
said
hey,
he planted you here with gravity. God said
yes,
you're here. Gravity. He gave gravity like a thumb on top of your head.
that's right.
And then he
Well,
gave you somewhere you got the notion of trigonometry, and now you
ah,
Now you
say
give
yes.
it.
you've got some, you've discovered some values because of that, but you haven't described how you got the values. That's what we're after.
Right. So you came up with with trigonometry and all these things. That's what you did. So
Not me. No, it was. Did you? It does have principles to it, doesn't it? Trigonometry, or is it?
Yeah. Was he
Just
using?
any old
Did
thing.
he use sine or cosine when he was doing his trigonometry for the? Like, where's the angle? Go on. Opposite over the adjacent, or the opposite over? Because we're after the hypotenuse, aren't we, for the distance?
SOHCAHTOA, that kind of thing, Rob.
It's the hypotenuse that we're after. We need that as the equals hypotenuse.
He's got his calculator out. I'll have to wait a minute, I think.
Can you guys do me a huge favor and refer to him as Robert, please?
What did we say? Didn't we refer to him as Robert?
Oh,
I might have called him Rob.
Me.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob.
It's all. No, I just.
That's all right. It's Rob the flat and Rob the round.
Yeah.
We've got.
I don't think there's any
Rob the flat
danger of
and Rob the
anybody
round.
getting you two mixed up.
Well, you never know. I get mixed up.
Oh well, you are a flat earther,
right? I do say crazy things.
Yeah. Was that me talking Jamaican?
Oh, I've been listening to Oakley too much. For our Rob. Don't watch it. Watch some QE for a week. He even clipped it out as a kind of proud moment, didn't he? His little bit of racism.
I would think so, but I mean, he doesn't class it as being racist. I mean, he was born around Birmingham, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He grew up
he's
around.
allowed. Yeah, he grew up around it, so he's allowed to use it. He's probably the token white man in the hood that's allowed to use patois.
Yeah, has he gone? Trying to work out what's the method for measuring the distance to the lights in the sky. There isn't one. It's probably impossible, but you can imagine that there are geniuses out there, if you want, that can measure distances to lights in the sky. But unfortunately, it's impossible. Like explaining 2 points of rotation. And I'm using
no, I'm
the
sorry, guys.
literal
I disappeared for a second.
explanation.
God called me for something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Yeah. Was it?
Did he tell you
Did
the
he say
method?
What was the question?
Put the kettle on. He said. We were wondering about how. Go on, Bev.
We're after the method for measuring a distance to the light in the sky. Particularly the trigonometric formula that you used.
Well, so you get the elevation angle. You got that angle right there. You do a cosine of something somewhere, and you got some distance.
What's the distance that you are using in order to do your cosine thing?
You are Rob the round. Look, don't start talking like Rob the flat, Rob. You start talking about elevation angles and how you magicked up a triangle and a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Now you can magic up a globe Earth or a flat Earth out of an elevation angle. It's amazing. But we've already had one protest about that, so we've got to keep you, you know, in your lane. Unless your name is Left Lane and you come and complain, don't say lane, you know.
No, I'm thinking about elevation angle, but how you did it was, yes, you need a 90-degree. You calculate the hypotenuse. That is how they first.
But where is the 90 degree in relation to the light in the sky, right? Because I presume it's not where you are, and it's not where the sun is either, is it? So where do you place that 90? Because you mean we are dealing with the hypotenuse distance from here to sun. And the hypotenuse is always the opposite side to the largest angle, and the largest angle of a right angle triangle is always going to be the 90. So where actually is that?
Well, as I say, you know, they tried their best in terms of trying to get, when the moon is directly overhead, try to get that direct line to the ground, measuring from using like a shadow from the sun. The sun casts a shadow on a stick of some sort, and they were able to calculate some 8 million miles, which wasn't right.
Can you do a Greek accent, Rob?
No.
You could do the Eratosthenes bit then.
Sun shadows. That's
but how did we get here? This is not what we were originally talking about, though.
Well, that's probably a bigger question than the trigonometry one. How did we get here? But
well, distance to the sun is how we got here, and you've told us shadows, moon shadows.
No, before we got here, no, we were talking about something else.
Is that where your 90 degree is, the moon shadow?
We were talking about something else more interesting than the calculation of the distance to the sun.
Oh, the impossibility of the flat earthers to explain the 2 points of rotation.
it's a contradiction, the moon shadow thing as well. Cat Stevens, Yusuf Islam.
Should be a song about that, moon shadows.
I'm telling you, they use a right. Well, okay. Well, let's stay on this since we
totally forgot how we got here.
Yeah, but it was the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun that they first used to try to calculate the distance to the sun.
Some of the best sort of things in geometry. I mean, that sounds like 3 points.
We can look up the guy. You know, we can. What's his name? Some Greek guy.
Let's start off with then one of the main ones. How do you calculate the distance, how do you measure the distance to the moon?
Some guy named Aristarchus or something like that. Some guy like that.
Yeah. And
yeah.
How did he do that? Measured.
Yeah, he used 3 points: the moon, the earth, and the sun. You know.
Well, he used the moon, the earth, and the sun to work out how the distance to the moon. And then you can use the moon, the earth, and the sun to work out the distance to the sun. Does that not sound a little bit circular?
No, let's look up this guy. His name was Aristarchus.
How do we measure a distance to the moon?
Hold on. I'm looking up this guy that first measured the distance to the sun.
To the moon. Do the moon first. It's a bit closer.
No, the sun.
I think it's a bit closer anyway.
The sun is more interesting. You know.
Is it closer or further away? The moon.
Well, yeah, it's closer. Hold on.
It's closer. So you have measured that closer. So the method for being able to measure the distance to the moon should be a bit easier.
This guy's name is Aristarchus of Samos. What the hell is? I was close.
Yeah, he's got a crater on the moon, hasn't he?
Part of the world are you transmitting from, Rob?
He used a right angle triangle.
Of course he would.
Thing.
You'd have to use a right angle triangle, and if you want to measure
like that's what I said. I just
but how do you measure the distance to the moon? Like because you're
So,
going to
hold on,
use that as one of your sides of the triangle, aren't you? How do you get that to start off with?
Big triangle.
Aristarchus of Samos. I'm going to look him up now.
Yeah.
Did he build a big triangle somehow? Must have been a big triangle all that way.
Wondering which triangle he used in order to get the moon. Because without the moon measurement first, you can't be using it as part of your trigonometric calculations.
You're going to need that distance. You're going to need that distance, aren't you? Yeah. At least one side, at least, don't you?
Wow.
What? Wow.
Aren't you glad you came over here, Rob? The things you're learning since you came over here. Things you never knew until you came here.
It's how a lot of people do learning, like Google. It's a wonderful tool, isn't it? To, particularly if you're sparred into checking it, like on the spur of the moment, to become an instant expert by reading.
Instant expert, yeah.
Measuring distances to lights in the sky.
It's a refresher. Yeah, I've read this millions.
I say it's impossible.
Millions of years ago. So he used the phases of the moon. He was able to get a right angle triangle based on these phases, blah blah blah, and then get the hypotenuse. I think he came up with 8 million miles. Yeah, let's look up that.
What, to the moon? Can we not start off with how he measured the distance to the moon first?
Is that your recommendation to get a degree then, Rob? He sort of did this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. That was it?
5 million miles. 5 million miles. That's what he came up with first. So I read this before. It was a long time ago. So poor guy, he was getting there. Oh, I remember how we got here. Yeah, I remember now.
What part of the world are you transmitting from, Rob?
No, that's classified.
Classified, okay. All right, yeah. Right, agent. He's probably an agent, everyone, okay? Doesn't want to give away his location.
You need security clearance.
Okay, security. Okay.
Top, tier 1. A tier 1 or a tier 2 security clearance.
Oh, the Nightbot is working.
No. So I know how we got here. So basically, we were talking about how science improves, right? Right. So some guy first calculated the distance to the sun at 5 million miles.
But do you class that as a science then?
And then, this is science.
He's using calculation.
Yep. This is science. Because he's observing a natural phenomena called that big bright ball in the sky.
That's a natural phenomena.
Natural phenomena. So he's like,
so you can measure a distance to it impossibly.
I want to know how far this big bright ball is, because it's pretty hot, So, and then we'll get into.
Would it not be scientific to say it's impossible for you to be able to do that? Wouldn't that be more scientific?
This is science. No, this is science, man. Science don't say that. Flat earthers
science doesn't say it's impossible to measure a distance to a light in the sky.
Exactly. No, they would never say that.
That's just me that says that. Then.
Flat earthers
what does science reply with?
When somebody like me says that. Between And that's how you know flat earthers are not doing science.
Why?
You see it? Because they would say it's impossible to do stuff. Yeah, or you can't do something. Right? That is how they speak, and that is how you know they are not doing science. They're doing pseudoscience. They're doing conjecture and belief and religion and accept it or get muted.
Yeah, but in your idea of doing trigonometry, you require a distance to the moon to play your shadow angle game for a distance to the sun. Now, how do they measure a distance to the moon? I say it's
similar.
impossible.
What?
What does science say? To
You
combat
sound like
just somebody like me.
That's flat earth talk. Oh, we can't go there. Those are just lights in the sky.
Okay.
Those are wandering stars.
Let's pretend. Let's pretend it is impossible. Like, how do you prove me wrong by measuring it? I take it you would be able to measure a distance to the moon, right?
A wandering star. A wandering star. Could it be something else? Might not be a star at all. Are you curious to know? No. They're just wandering stars. That's pseudoscience. That is flat earth talk.
Right, yeah, but I'm saying that you being able to measure a distance to the moon, I'd say that's impossible. And I take it you would rebut that by providing a method or something that you were able to do to be able to show that you could actually measure a distance. Is it not like a challenge to you? Because I've tried to work it out right myself.
Yeah.
And I just come to the conclusion that it's impossible.
No, it's not impossible. We have retroreflectors on the moon. We are bouncing radio waves off the moon. So we know that guy's distance.
Is that what Aristarchus did?
How Aristarchus didn't have radio waves?
How did Aristarchus know the distance to the moon then? In order to do his distance to the sun?
No, that poor guy was just using geometry and trigonometry because that's the only thing he had.
He needs a distance to the moon, right? As part of his calculations that he can put in order to find the measurement for the distance of the hypotenuse. So
but he was using
measure a distance?
He was basic geometry and stuff, and it's just not enough. It's a good try. It's a good base effort. The sun casts a shadow. Get a little 90 degrees going on.
Yeah,
and then he's like, all right.
Methods at the minute then, and just measure an angle.
And then he's like,
and then imagine a triangle, and you can imagine the rest of the triangle with the distances and all of that.
Maybe if he had used the equator, maybe if he had used the equator, but poor guy
used the equator.
Yeah.
In what?
But, maybe. But at the time, he felt very comfortable. At that time, he felt very comfortable with his math skills.
Yeah, and which were?
Yeah.
Is that a science?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So
he's trying to find
what's that scientific method of the math skills that can allow you to measure a distance to the moon?
Right, that's part of your data analysis.
Is it?
Yeah, it's math. Math is in your data analysis stage.
Yeah, and what's the method though?
Yeah, the scientific method started a long time ago.
For measuring a distance to the moon.
Right. To the sun.
Yeah, but we need the distance to the moon to be able to input that value into your calculations for the distance to the sun.
Well, at the end of the day, yes, but he thought that he could use his geometry and trigonometry skills to generate a distance. Science is the
go on,
evolution
do you know
of the
those
science.
skills?
It's the evolution of his science.
Do you
of
know
the
those
science.
skills though that he used?
So if you and I were born in those days, we would be like spectacular because we are interested in that distance.
Whereas these
And
modern day skills,
I've
not got a clue. In fact, I come to the conclusion that it's impossible.
Okay, well then you're not doing science. You're not a scientist.
Right, go on. Tell me how to do science then to measure a distance to the light in the sky.
You're not a scientist. You're not doing things. You're not, if you're saying words like impossible, you're not a scientist.
But I mean, geometry is one of those things that you can say it's impossible because you require a certain few things in order to be able to do trigonometry. And just
no,
an
man,
angle isn't.
You're not a scientist, man.
Enough.
You're not a scientist. You need you need
That's
to
the best
you need to be a
offer
scientist, man.
is an angle, right?
You need to get into the science, into the world, man, of science. Hey, guys, let's calculate this distance. Let's do something awesome.
Yeah, there's no science that allows you to do anything trigonometrical with just an angle.
Are you saying it's impossible to calculate using the method he used? That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying with just an angle, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, if you do think there is something you can do with just an angle, then I suggest you go and have a word with Nathan Oakley.
No.
He's in need of a bit of help with this sort of thing as well.
Listen, you can probably safely say now that yes, it's impossible using the method that he was using. You can say that, but it is not impossible to calculate the distance to the sun. That's what I'm focused on. The method he used, yes, not possible, but not impossible to do it.
It's not impossible.
Using some other method.
Okay, well, go on then. Give us that other method.
Well. Ultimately, right now we have a probe screaming around that sun at 400,000 miles per hour.
A probe. And how does that measure?
And it's sending back data like crazy.
I know, but how does that measure?
Easy. How long does the data take to come back? How long does the data take to get there, and then back? Boom, boom. Getting some nice numbers that you can do. Also before that, we already got an accurate count, an accurate measure before this probe. This probe is just an icing on the cake right now. So nowadays we use Kepler's third laws of orbiting bodies, right? That's what they're doing, and then add a little parallax in there, and then boom, we have it to the penny. 93,455,189.8590. Yo, these guys are awesome now. Yeah, man, look up Kepler's third law of orbiting bodies and stuff like that.
Kepler's laws. I mean, it does sound like it's very geometrical, and then you're using the principles of geometry and all of that to apply the distances and angles.
Well, Kepler's third law, if you look at Kepler's laws, right? Elliptical orbit of Venus and Mercury, eccentricity. There are formulas around finding the eccentricity of those elliptical orbits. Blah blah blah. Bounce some radio waves off of Mercury. Okay, stuff like that.
Bouncing radio waves. I mean, that hasn't been that wasn't an option for Aristarchus, was it? Is that why he got it wrong?
Yeah. That's not the reason why he got it wrong. It's the evolution of science. It's just at the time that's one thing he had was observations and geometry and trigonometry, and cast a couple of shadows with some sticks, and he was working with the tools he had. That was top technology at the time, right? And he got some numbers, and that's it. The next guy came along and improved it a little bit and said, "Hey, well, you missed this dot here. Why didn't you apply the cosine rather than?"
Did he not like remeasure a distance or remeasure an angle or anything?
The next guy came along and just found out where he went wrong, and he then got 15 million miles. And then the next guy came along, did some more observations, and say, "Wait a minute. Look at Venus. Venus looks weird for a second. Hold on." And and then they went on and on and on and on through history.
It's fantastic the way science develops, isn't it?
Yeah.
Based on an impossibility. Imagine where we've come.
That is why it's exciting. That's why I keep telling flat earthers, join the scientific community instead of the boring, lazy community sitting in your armchair and calling people wankers and retards, and that's dumb. That's not science. That's pseudoscience.
That's how some people choose to do science, though. I mean, who are you to say that that's not the correct way to do science?
It's not the correct way because
your science is based upon impossibilities.
What?
So why can't somebody else also use impossibilities based around the same sort of thing as well?
My science is not based on impossibilities. My science is based on work. That's it. I'm working.
Yeah, right? But not for measuring a distance to the light in the sky.
I have the mind of Aristotle.
Working for that, is
I'm
there?
working. I'm working. I'm in the field. I'm doing work. That's me.
You pick potatoes, or
that's right. I'm laying down shadows. I'm taking measurements. I'm
seeing shadows.
I am peeling through geometry and trigonometry, and then I'm like, yo, this looks good, and publish it and get consensus. And if the consensus says, well, check it out, this doesn't make sense to us. Can you? What about this? And you're like, okay, yeah, all right, I hear you. You get back to it and you work in the field. You probably instead of using that stick for your shadow, use a better one, right? Get some elevation. Maybe you go up into a mountain somehow and you're busting your butt. You don't do like lazy flat earthers and sit in their favorite armchair, like I always tell them, and just mock people just arbitrarily. Oh, he used sticks. That's kind of dumb, right? Right? It's just bizarre, man. Just dumb. It's just lazy, right? And then reading some random guy's citation who was just speculating and saying, "Oh, this guy from MIT said, based on the Cavendish experiment, we're not sure." And then everybody looked at him like, "That's not what he was saying. Did you go and talk to him and get more information from him, and so he could explain?" Like if you went to Neil deGrasse
if it
Tyson,
was a woman, don't go talking to Cavendish if you're a woman. He'd be throwing up and all
like
sorts of stuff. I'd say, who let that thing in?
You go Neil deGrasse Tyson. When Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, "Oh, he was like millimeters from the top of the atmosphere. That thing looked flat." Right? We all know what he meant.
Do we?
We all know. We all know that he meant people are trying to see the grandiose curve and blah blah. That's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about the fact that you couldn't see slight curvature. Of course, you can see slight curvature from 150,000 feet up. Of course, you can. Right, but he doesn't. He's
I
not
can see
talking.
curvature from here.
Oh, really? How?
Yeah. There's loads of things that curve. Well, you don't need to get high in order to see curves. You can see them all over the place.
I see it every day to work. There's loads of rolling hills and earth curve all the time.
Curvature of the earth. I'm talking about curvature of the earth.
Yeah, like the earth, see, I should stop and take a picture, but I'm usually driving to work. But yeah, you look and then like you see this rolling hill. It's like curved earth.
No, the curvature of the earth, not
earth.
not a spot, not a
the earth, not the earth.
Yeah,
not a spot on the earth. We're talking about the curvature of the earth in terms of
yes,
the entire earth. So,
yeah,
right. So how did you? So what are you looking at? Is the entire x-axis out there? The horizon? You see the horizon curve?
Yeah, topographical horizon. Yeah, it's curved. Like
from where you are on the ground. From where you are on the ground.
Yeah, I'm driving by and I see I look over.
No. We're not talking about mountains. Everybody can see that, but that's not. We're not talking about.
It's not a mountain
curve or
I don't live in
girl
mountainous
curve.
area.
You know? I'm seeing a curve right now. There's a girl going by. She's pretty curvy. Hey,
well,
I'm not going to say anything because she might think I'm a creep.
Is that
not? There you go.
Is that not a curve?
People like, yo,
that's a curve.
My girl. I'm not talking about those curves. I'm talking about earth curve.
Yeah, me too. Drive by. I see you. Look over.
Somebody in the chat says the curvature of the earth is not the curvature of a hill. So what is the curvature of the earth then? If it's not the curvature of the earth,
the horizon.
Yeah, somebody said to me the other day, "Oh yes, we got topography," and I said, "Yeah, but if you measure and the topography is curving away from you, how do you know whether it's the curve that you say that isn't, or it's the curve that you found?" If you measure,
all I know is that
curve.
Right?
I'm like Bev. All I know is that Earth is measured on from a horizontal distance, vertical height. That's how it's measured. But like, if you're just asking if I look out and see curvature, yeah.
Curvature where? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? The horizon?
I'm looking.
The curvature.
Yeah, look out. I'm driving down the road and look out and there's curve.
The curvature is the thing that you see, right? And it differentiates itself from the thing that isn't curving by the fact that it is curving, right?
Now, if we're going to talk about building, yeah, like we're going to, make something horizontal or level, like, and try to make it straight as possible. No curve, eliminate curve. But as far as driving down the road and seeing curve, yeah, of course. I mean, now if I lived up a little bit further up north, I wouldn't see that. But
somebody in the chat's he doesn't even know what curvature is, Mr. Groove House. Like, what is the curvature of the Earth if it's not the curvature of the Earth? What is it?
That.
Can you define it, anyone?
Define what?
The curvature of the Earth. If it's not the curvature of the Earth, what is it?
What question is this? This question is not making sense here.
We're looking for the curvature of the Earth. Now, Buster says he's seen it, like I do. I say I've seen it as well. You look at the Earth and it's curving. But you say that's not the curvature of the Earth. The guy in the chat says it's not the curvature of the Earth. So when we look at the Earth and see it's curving, but you say that's not the curvature of the Earth, What is
No, what are you looking
the
at?
curvature of the Earth?
We're looking at the Earth.
Yeah.
No. What are you looking at?
Earth.
Earth. I am.
Right, you're looking at the ground. You're looking at the ground?
Ground. Yeah. Earth.
Right. So the ground. How far ahead of you?
What?
Well, I'm driving and I look out, hundreds of yards. Curve.
Is there a limit to the distance that you can see curvature?
I don't know. He might have.
You just see it, don't you? I mean, that's what you do. It's one of those optical things. It's like flatness, right? It's a visual surface condition. Curving, rolling. These are things that you see.
That's one of the things I found early on when I was
it's word games.
Delving into things. Well, yeah, obviously
word games, right? But when you say, look, does that look like it's curving? And people say, no, that's not what we mean. And you say, well, what do you mean then? And then they don't come up with anything. I'd say that's more sophistry than anything. Mr. Groovehouse, would you not agree? Let us know what you mean by Earth curve if you don't mean the Earth curving.
I'm sure he'll type something super witty in the chat and just nail it. I believe in you.
This is just
Mr.
insane
Groove.
word games and sophistry.
You don't
Unless
see flat when you look out your window either.
Slight that you just don't see it when you look out of a window.
I look out the window of my car and that's what
you can
I
see the
it.
curve.
I should really take a picture. Maybe that'll.
Yeah, no Rad's got one there. That looks like a
there you
curve
go.
of the Earth.
That is curve of the Earth.
Simple
Yeah.
curve. Is that not? No,
Daft
he's not
game.
playing daft games of what is Earth curve and what isn't Earth curve.
He looks
That's a
out
nice
so
fence,
slight he
that,
can't
though.
see a
That's- I
curve.
like that.
Yeah.
Doing a good job.
It depends where he lives, I suppose.
That's a pretty good.
I mean,
whoever built that fence, that's pretty good. I'll give him some props on that
for
one.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
But so don't play word games with people about when they're talking about what is Earth curve, since you've always been asking for it, right?
But we're saying what is Earth curve, but nobody's saying what they think it is. We're saying we're playing word games. We're saying what it is, but there's no reciprocation on this one.
Just not that. I mean, we know that, not that.
Not that. You know what I mean?
That? No, not that.
No.
Well, what is it then?
You know what I'm
Just
talking
not
about.
That.
Don't know.
Do you believe that plumb line verticals are parallel? I mean, is that ECV? We've been looking for Earth curve. I wouldn't know. I mean, I wouldn't know how to test that. So I don't have a belief one way or the other about plumb lines.
But what does that have to do with Earth curve?
I don't know. It's an ECV thing, obviously. He's probably playing some word games by swapping words.
We'll switch the topic. Don't talk about Earth curve.
yeah, I don't want to play word games, but let's play word games.
Try to say you're playing word games without saying you're playing word game.
ECV, yes. Existential cognitive veiling. When things become so real, like Earth curve, and you not being able to define what it is that you're talking about,
you veil your own mind.
Have to veil the cognitive dissonance to stop you from having cognitive dissonance.
Having an experience in reality that you cannot deny.
Yeah, all plumb lines are definitely vertical. We can say that. And it's my understanding that vertical does not tilt.
Who would disagree with plumb lines not being vertical?
I think it's parallel.
Disagree with plumb lines being vertical.
They don't really understand parallel, so.
Yeah.
Oh, see.
Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe that's what he's thinking. The curvature of the Earth is related to plumb lines somehow.
Well, I'd need an explanation for that, I would think, but hey.
It's not going to be coming, is it? I don't know how you relate the curvature of the Earth to a vertical. Go on, explain that one for us. I wouldn't know how to tell that. Have you? I don't know whether you understand the problems with the parallels. Blue Marble's got an argument about parallels. Do you want to hear it? Should I get out? No, probably not done that for quite a while. Have you heard Blue Marble Science's argument for plumb lines? Let me get it for you. Because we never bothered doing any of this, but Blue Marble did one day. Here we go. There we go. Wait for it to come in here and then I'll play it for you. This one's especially for you, Mr. Groove House. Blue Marble Science and the parallel.
All horizontals are parallel and all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal. That only leaves you with the conclusion that all verticals must be parallel to each other. That only leaves you with the conclusion that all verticals must be parallel to each other. Must be parallel to each other.
See, there you go. A little bit of Buster in there as well. So that's Blue Marble's argument. Is that what you were looking for, Mr. Groove House? No, I know what plumb lines are. It will relate to the shape of the Earth. Well, I do know that we measure elevations on the vertical datum. Or whenever you talk of eye level, sea level, lake level, they're all measured on the vertical datum. And the plumb lines are vertical. I do know that. And when I say we do, I do know that for sure. Do you have a belief about plumb lines, Mr. Groovehouse, in your misunderstanding of what Earth curve is? Think some sort of a curve relates to the vertical? Because verticals don't curve, do they? How can you relate a curvature of the Earth to a vertical? Verticals don't curve. That's faulty logic because you're assuming that all horizontals are parallel. No, there's an argument for horizontals being parallel. That's not an assumption. That is an argument called the argument. So would you go against Blue Marble and his argument then? I guess you do if you believe they're not. So I think you'd have to take that up with Blue Marble Science and his argument. I mean, I'm not citing Blue Marble. I have no way to be able to check his logic through experimentation. There's an argument. What's argument? Yeah, demonstrate. I can demonstrate that all horizontals will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon. I've never managed to have one that isn't. I mean, how could we measure the Earth to be not flat if we didn't have parallel horizontals? I would say it would be near impossible. So you should think yourself lucky that we do actually have parallel horizontals. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to measure the Earth to be not flat. Effectively.
Maybe Mr. Groovehouse should pop in, have a word. Save a lot of, typing, muscle typing and that.
Blue Marble's argument starts with all horizontals are parallel. It's a logical argument. We measured I've measured quite a few horizontals, if you want to say that, and they've always been parallel with the plane of the horizon. Never yet found one that isn't. I've never met anybody that has ever established a horizontal that wasn't parallel to the plane of the horizon, wherever they were. If there is somewhere that has, then let us know, Mr. Groovehouse. But this is only on the real globe, right? Or do you not believe this to be true? I don't care much for logical arguments. It's a shame. I prefer evidence with no argument. That's fantastic. I guess anything could be classed as evidence with no argument, no reason, for no consequence. Have you ever, Mr. Groovehouse, have you ever established a horizontal? I mean, I don't know whether many people have. Because if you've never actually established a horizontal, then it would be difficult, I could see, for you to be able to check whether it was parallel with the plane of the horizon or not. And I can understand that being a little bit tricky. He said you don't like logical arguments. So is there any other sort of an argument that isn't logical? Illogical arguments. Is that what you're saying? You prefer illogical arguments to provide you with evidence against the logical arguments?
He probably prefers the modern bickering ones.
Ooh. Right, I'm gonna here's a song that I did. Change window for you guys. This is one that I did earlier. I can't remember which one. I think this one's the best one. This is a song that I did a bit ago. It's The Final Experiment. Song dedicated to that.
The final experiment. Form a logical argument. If the sun circles a point,
as shown on the azimuthal equidistant map in the FE clock,
then it cannot also circle another point. A circle only has one center. Basically, if a circle has a center, which all circles have, then that circle cannot also have a center upon its own circumference. A circle with two centers is preposterous. setting sun. Truth and lies merge into one. Circle round a distant fire. One center's all that we require. Maps that show the way we go. Lies and truths we think we know. Orbit in the dark of night. Twisting facts that we recite. Circle spins with just one heart. Never 2 points so far apart. One truth in a world so vast. Hold on tight, the die is cast.
The final experiment. Form a logical argument. If the sun circles a point,
As shown on the azimuthal equidistant map,
then Fe clock.
Then it cannot also circle another point. A circle only has one center. Basically, if a circle has a center, which all circles have, then that circle cannot also have a center upon its own circumference. A circle with two centers is preposterous. A circle with two centers is preposterous. Logic cuts through tangled lies, sharp and clear beneath the skies. Geometries of fate unwind, leaving all our doubts behind. If a circle's true and pure, can't be split by rumors unsure. One center holds the axis strong, prove the skeptics also wrong. Circle spins with just one heart. Never 2 points so far apart. One truth in a world so vast. Hold on tight, the die is cast. Logic cuts through tangled lies, sharp and clear beneath the skies. Geometries of fate unwind, leaving all our doubts behind.
Yeah, I wrote that one ages ago. We just updated it to a V4 one today. Yeah, I wrote that just before they went to go and do the final experiment. And I think for about a month or so beforehand, I was asking mainly the people over at McToon's Discord server whether they could come up with an argument to support the final experiment. They couldn't. I asked the flat earthers whether they could come up with an argument to support or to rebut what they thought was the final experiment, and they couldn't either. It's dead weird. I'm just taking it as an argument. How can you explain 2 points of rotation? Because we do know that they're there. How do you explain it? I don't have to explain the fact that there's 2 points of rotation of the lights in the sky. I know that they are. You can say that you've never seen them, but I've seen the 2 points. Well, I've seen the two different circles, right? I've seen the split where these things change from the northern circle to the southern circle. I can see it. Anybody can do it as well if they've got a camera with a time lapse. Most of the people in these sort of arenas, they do have these cameras now. Just put it outside. Point it. I mean, it depends where you're pointing, but point it south. Or if you're in the south, point it north and just put the time lapse on. Watch where it is. Mr. Groovehouse, it's not a sphere, right? It's one of the things that we do know. Just like it's not flat. How do I explain the rotation, Bev? 'Tis globe. I mean, it's not obvious. But we do know the globe's not a sphere. I know that. I do not know there's two. Reflected is now two. One moving the opposite way. You think it's a reflection? Is that how you explain it? Well, fair enough. If you want to explain it as a reflection. But it... Well, wait, the sun circles aren't a reflection, are they? That's not the way it works. I think it's just really difficult to explain. Like I say, I think it's impossible to explain on the flat. Yeah, I'm not God. I'm not. I'm not saying you can't have an opinion. It's just that I think flat earthers are going to need to have an explanation. Yeah, I believe an explanation for the 2 points of rotation on the flat earth is impossible. That's why Jaren did what Jaren does. It's only a problem for the flat earthers. Anybody that's not a flat earther just doesn't have the problem. It's easily resolved. Like as a placebo type effect. But I mean, that's easy to do. Anyone can do that. You are acting like there's 2 points of rotation. Are there not? I think there are. It's well documented. Flat earthers have even said that there is. It's been known about for ages. It's just tricky. Yeah, it's a label, yes. It's a label. But if you take that label on, you are taking on a contradiction. I've been saying it for years. Contradictions end you into troubles, problems. I know a lot of flat earthers are really upset. I mean, I can understand at the minute. They've been placed in an impossible position. Not by me. By somebody else showing people something that's been known about for years. It does get hard when you have to talk about it. I mean, people won't be able to talk about it, particularly flat earthers. The dogmatic globe model. But the real globe does serve a purpose, right? I think. Anyway. Should really come in for a chat, Gods. There's certain stuff, takes a little bit more to go over. And, people get heated and you don't want to be doing that in a live setting. We're here to sort of help, I think. We've been trying to, that's what I've been doing for years, trying to help people realize what's actually going on. But it does seem like, people within the false dichotomy aren't able to see the false dichotomy for what it is and tend to get upset. Yeah, most people do that. I mean, that's what the arena does to people. And the longer you stay in the arena, the more this sort of happens. But at some point, these hard, difficult conversations have to be had. Dogmatic globe guys aren't going to get off. At the minute, they'll just feel happy at the minute because they're getting one over on the flat earthers, but they've got their own problems too. There's seditious statements and comments all over the place, particularly in the false dichotomy. Yeah, I've been in this arena. I mean, I'd like it. There wasn't really much need for me to come to this arena and, be and do what I've done. But I guess I've been trying to help flat earthers realize that this hasn't got anything to do with being the earth being flat. Never has been, because the earth's not flat. I'd like to say the same gods about the people in this arena, but to be honest, they're not very nice, the people in this arena. They're some of the most difficult people to talk to, I've found. Particularly when you're talking about reality and the way, things happen in reality. Trying to get people to converse with you about stuff is really tricky. Yeah, it's a pity. But the more the conversations start happening, the better everyone's going to be. It's no good sort of getting upset at some people calling other people like semantics and stuff when you're just trying to start off with the basics. And you know that most conversations don't even get started. Well, I mean, that's what we've got to do. We've got to be able to have these conversations, and you've got to admit these 2 points of rotation are impossible for flat earthers to explain. Will Duffy had made the laughing stock out of Flatsoid the other day. Roger, was it Roger? No, who was it? It was that Steve that said that he never called him because he wanted to see the sun in the sky. Well, Will Duffy did a video, showed him the sun in the sky, and that wasn't enough. So he said, we'll get you somebody else to do that. And that wasn't enough. Don't know what is enough for them. Just can't access the 2 points of rotation. You sort of come to realise that is that's globe. The moment you see that, that's globe. That's what the globe's there for. Steve was like a first date who didn't get a phone call on, and every subsequent date from there on in was just, why didn't you call me? Why didn't you call me? I did call you. Why didn't you call me when you said you were going to call me? That's never going to end. I don't think Flatzoid's going to get another chat with Will Duffy. I'm hoping to. I keep messaging him. He doesn't want to come and talk to me. I've got some stuff. I can make some videos. I can put some pieces together. But I don't know what the point is at the minute. Because I get the feeling that the flat earthers that have got nothing might get a bit of hope. And they don't deserve it. Flat earthers have gone a little bit too far at the minute with the all of the distances and stuff. Because if you were to show a flat earther how to prove a straight line, they might seem to think it's a proof of that the Earth's flat. Because they're mad. They're crazy. I don't know which video, Gord. I don't know which one you're talking about. The sun in the sky, all of those time-lapse cameras, they did say they've got a problem transferring the files because the cameras that they took have a separate file system. I can believe that. I've got a time-lapse camera that works on a different system, and it's dead hard to put all of those things together. Comes as separate files. Yeah, I think that's what your problem is, God. He says, I know the Christian God is the creator. My proof for that can be demonstrated, and indeed has been done in the past. I know he created one light to rule the day and one for the night. That's the moon and the sun. There's only one sun, yet it rotates in two different directions. You have to sort of, I don't know what you have to do in order to, you have to disbelieve what they saw. But I don't know. That leaves you in the fact that you have to go and see it for yourself. But then what would happen were you to go and see it and you were put in the same situation as Jaren? Would you end up doing what Jaren does, or would you still have to deny it? I don't know. I think it's pretty cruel, really, what Will Duffy has done. Because he's induced a load of madness in a load of flat earthers at the expense of a load of globe earthers who are feeling pretty chuffed at the minute. Wrongly, but I mean, that's what's happened. And like I say, it's only me, but I can't see how the flat earthers can get out of it. And since I've been in like an arena that's just been, you know, flat earth, globe earth, false dichotomy, then obviously that is weird to think of, that the flat earthers won't be around much. They'll slowly start dripping off, and then you'll get the ones that are really upset. People like Jared and that Melodome Drome. They're really against flat earthers. But it seems like they've lied to them or something. They're really upset with flat earthers now. The 7 videos, is that the other cameras that were there, God, that were filming the 24-hour sun? Because I don't know whether I don't know. There was only Dave McKeegan that's got his one out, isn't there? Because he wanted to get it out. He wanted to be the first one to get it out. None of the rest of them are that bothered. I don't really know about what videos people want to see or anything, and what difference would it make. But if you were to see the other videos, could you just say that they're not real as well? I don't know. I don't know. God, so like you say that, but I don't think they're as happy as they realise. You know, like you think that they might be. Because there's a snowball effect, right? Or a knock-on effect. If and when all of the flat earthers disappear, and like the globe, the dogmatic globe guys, what are they going to do? They need the flat earthers to be able to keep their minds off their model. Because their model has way more problems. What's to be determined? The sun's in the sky. I don't know. I'd say that you have to look at Jaren and see exactly how affected he is in all of this. It was targeted directly towards Jaren. I know Wit's gone quiet. He doesn't really want to talk about it either. Because it's impossible. What problems does the dogmatic globe model, whatever that is, have? All of them. All of the contradictions. Wow. We just deal in reality, right? There are some simple facts in reality that you have to go with. The 2 points of rotation are known about. Fact. How you put them together on your model, that's up to you. However you choose to do it, fine, fair enough. Go in peace. I'd say go in peace with your globe, but flat earthers can't do that. See, Mr. Groove House, I don't know whether you can actually see contradictions or not, but I've been out here in this arena for quite a long time, and I've been telling people that on the real globe, level is horizontal. Now that separates the real globe from the dogmatic globe. Simple. Now, are you going to tell me that's not a contradiction or that it is a contradiction? Because if you believe that level being horizontal in reality is some sort of a contradiction, then please let me know. How is it such? Well, but check with your elders first about how they want to do it. Is that 24-hour sun a fact? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's been confirmed that in 2 different locations there is a 24-hour sun circling in the sky in 2 different times. That's just what I'd say. And you don't believe it, gods? Is that because you're only one location? So you do think that it's that, well, I mean, that's a big job of deceiving people about that. I would say proven, but I mean it's been filmed. It's there. Known about, I would say. I don't know. I would still say the whole idea of the final experiment is a social experiment to show somebody who has the model, the AE model. It was given to Jeren. That was his model that he had. He'd comported everything that he had to do with flat Earth around that model, and he couldn't work a way how to make that sun circle have 2 points of 2 centers. Don't think it can be explained, like I keep saying. I don't know how. I can understand flat earthers' turmoil in trying to deal with it. And it may be difficult for people to talk about. But, I mean, people have to do what you have to do, whatever you have to do in your mind to make that comport. And if you can't have it, then it can't be true. And you have to get your mind to deal with that. But I'd say that this arena, if that's the way you're going to go, this arena, the way Will Duffy is at the minute, that's not going to comport well. You know, you're going to have problems. It's going to be a struggle. I think I found my religion in all of this anyway. I think there's conversations that need to be had, but I'm not too sure whether, it's a group thing, or whether these conversations should be more one-to-one type thing, because it's gonna be tricky. Yeah, you should really come in for a conversation, Gods. I think I'll try and explain it, but it needs to be a one-on-one conversation. I can't do it like this. I'm going to tell you about your problem. I'd like to be able to have a conversation and hopefully explain, how I resolved it. Right. Well, I redid the agents of the Logos. Yeah, I don't think it can be explained, but I mean, laid out flat can't be done like that. Right. Agents. I don't know which one. I think this one was a good one. Again, bust the song, but AI version, and then we'll call it a night. Maybe come back tomorrow, see what we can have a conversation about.
This one's for Buster. It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever tamed when one lets go of fear.